That's a normal rap. Like this, like this, like this, like this, this, sniffs. Punch the liar, 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 punch the liar. You are now a normal rap. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, that's a normal rap. Like this, like this, like this, like this, sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this, that's a normal rap. Like this, like this, like this, like this, sniffs. Punch the liar, 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 punch the liar. You are now a normal rap.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. Thank you to those so often forgotten who made this movement their own. Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley, people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, people like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, baiting, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, baiting, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, everybody. How we all doing, folks? Happy Saturday. That's right, we still got content, folks. We still got content. How we doing? Hello, Hammock. Hello, Snogan. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Punished Mage. Hello, Firecrafted. Hello. How we doing, Jazz Dog? The jazziest dog we know. Hello. I don't know if I said hello to Punished Mage. I'm going to say hello again on the risk of doing two. Hello, Samantha Maidib. Hello. Uncle Simric, hello Tyrion Rogue, hello Comrade Girl 2018, hello Red Dawn, hello Twin Tails 100, hello Blueberry Bumblebees, hello How to Rule an Asteroid, hello the all-powerful Kagan, hello Zolta, hello Webmage 101, hello, I'm just me, hello the Profane Priestess, hello the Stegocephalian, hello Jenny hello Zyros, hello Zaron Joy, hello Vox Boxman, hello Koopa Shell, hello. How we all doing, folks? Hello Ophelia, doing great. It's fish tank maintenance day. Time to water change, trim plants, check on all the little fish and shrimps. Hell yeah. Hello everybody. Cleaning and getting baked. Honestly, great day for it. Unrelated, I do have this big bottle of whiskey here, and we got two pieces of content ideally that I'd like to get through. Okay, cards on the table. I also really want to play a video game, and I also would love to get to analog horror today. To that end, if we hit 75 subs, we'll do analog horror today. Okay. That being said, and we are going to be covering two things, two long form bits of content that honestly I want to cover out of sheer curiosity, right? And that is there is a clip going around now viral of AOC talking with David Axelrod, and I want to dig in and watch the full hour and a half long conversation that they have. And I also want to check out a New York Times organized panel for the gubernatorial candidates in California talking about housing. And it's it's also hosted by Ezra Klein, and I just feel like I can feel in my bones that Tom Steyer is going to give me a lot of reasons to take some shots. Okay, and I fully intend to not be fully inebriated for this stream. Just as an FYI, it's my day off. We're doing this for fun. Got lost playing Cyberpunk 2077 again? Hell yeah. Well, good afternoon to you, Robert Adset, as well. Also, I do want to give you guys a slight update, okay? Which is something most of you have probably forgotten about. I haven't. I believe years ago, I promised you guys that I would put together an unfrosted review. And I have tried multiple times to sit down and watch that movie, and it's bested me every time because I find it so wildly boring. And but I did manage to sit down and watch it today and write up a whole suite of notes on it. And I'm going, by God, by gum, I'm going to actually talk about it. I just need to get more Jerry Seinfeld clips. I do remember, bless you. Yeah, look, I need to catch up. 0 out of 75. Did they hit 500 last night? No, but also the 500 was for last night, right? So today, the goal is 75. I'm taking it as a given that if you guys get like 25 of the subs today, you guys will be getting that 500 goal already. So this is just a new goal, granting that you guys are going to be surpassing that 500. But the failure last night means a new goal today. What am I drinking? 10,000 Drops, craft distilled single barrel bourbon out of Faribault, Minnesota, and it's pretty good. I like the locally distilled stuff. It's no, it's no, old hell roaring, but it'll do. All right. No notes of Dorito. No notes of Dorito on that one. Not even a little bit. Americans have so much to pick from in regards to booze. It's true. There's a wealth of treasures in the local liquor store. Love the top. Thank you. Also, the bralette is Imogene Olivia, which you can find over on ImogeneOlivia.com. Look at it. It's a non-underwire bralette, and it gives me a lot of support, as you can see. Oh, how to rule an asteroid! Thank you for all the hard work screening. I thank you for keeping us safe from the crazies. Shall I join you in the debauchery today? Why the fuck not, Quigley? That'd be wonderful. There are some cold-blooded vids out there with black folks fed up with the MAGA 6. I mean, yeah. I want so much more rage to be going around this country right now. I have to be honest. I think that there are some, like, across the South in African American communities, obviously there is a lot of rage because there's a legacy there that has been activated. But I think so many white folks outside of that have been raised on, like, well, Jim Crow was bad and defeated and now we're good. And I don't think that those folks really realize that it's been brought back yet. Like, I've been talking about this for days and days, and I don't think that people realize that, like, it's effectively back. Yeah. I just think that, like, a lot of people think that there is going to be a going back to business as normal after this, and the normal that previously existed has been obliterated. Like, there's no going back to it. It's rubble, you know? And to the extent you can go back to that, like, we have to build it back from scratch. Um, let's see. That Takis segment the other day had a good collection of nut jobs. That's true. That race realist guy was genuinely just full of bullshit. And then there was that guy who thought he was exponentially smarter than he actually was. That guy, you know, I tend to refrain from giving like advice to like cis straight men in general, but folks, developing a healthy sense of humility about where you like what you know about and what you don't know is an incredibly attractive quality. Okay, it's a really attractive quality to not overestimate your own intellect. Because otherwise, you start developing a tendency to talk down to people who are smarter than you. And that was basically that entire section in a nutshell. And there's genuinely nothing less attractive in the universe than being talked down to by someone who is deeply, deeply unintelligent and uninteresting. All right. I am going to have this piece of candy. And now got this whiskey. It's going to stare at me for a little bit. After we finish the AOC thing, I think I'm going to start with the whiskey. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Cheers. Hell yeah. We're doing all the vices today, folks. All of them. Okay. Folks, are you ready to see if AOC is going to run for president? Because I am curious, right? I'm intensely curious about if she's going to run for Senate, if she's going to run for the presidency, because she does seem to be gearing up to run for something. And I am my speculation in the past has been that she's going to run for the presidency. And there's been a clip that's been making the rounds of this conversation between her and David Axelrod for the University of Chicago Institute of Politics. And we're going to dive into this. It's a fairly lengthy program, but we're going to jump into it, and I might tweak it faster just to save us on some time, because an hour and a half is a large chunk of time. And let's dive in, shall we? Also, okay, look, I know it's not hugely important, but like, I do like AOC's understated drip. You know, I like it. She's always very like tastefully and classically dressed in a way that like I like is really good. I think it speaks to her professionalism, but it's also like she doesn't dress in like a silly fashionable way like a Jordan Peterson type. She's able to present herself as both like cultured and sophisticated and a serious person, you know? And that I think can be a hard aesthetic to adopt, you know? not super important in the grand scheme of things, but here we go. Yeah, she's a classy lady.
AOC's in the house now, so AOC, you don't even need a name anymore. You can anywhere in the world you say AOC and they know who we're talking. So this is kind of hilarious. We've only had 3 or 4 events here in 13 years. The first one was Bernie Sanders. So we've got you and Bernie Sanders in the place that John D. Rockefeller
We're going to do 1.25 speed.
The greatest monopolist in American history.
That's right.
And just because you knew you were coming here, you stirred up some stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
And you had some things to say this week on a podcast about billionaires, and you said you can't earn $1 billion. Talk about what you said, because this spurred a reaction from...
Yes.
Yeah, by the way, what he's talking about, I was actually going to do a segment on it. I might still do that segment. But it's genuinely very, very funny, the reaction, right? Like, the Washington Post editorial board was just like, actually, you can earn $1 billion. AOC has a low opinion of the human potential. And it's just like, no one is debating about whether or not you can exploit human labor to get $1 billion. The question is, can you earn rightfully $1 billion? You know, that isn't built off of the exploitation of other people. And the answer to that is very clearly no, right? In order to get billions of dollars, it relies upon underpaying systematically, tens of thousands of people, taking the product of their labor and giving them back far, far less than what they actually have produced for you. And that's not earning anything. You are, in fact, just taking. The most charitable interpretation is that you are leeching off of the work of others. And maybe as a business CEO or whatever, you are providing some nominal service to the company, but you shouldn't be making billions of dollars off of that. The core engine that generates all of your wealth isn't your work as a CEO. It's the work of tens of thousands of other people. That, just full stop. And this is what is fundamentally one of the unfair and unbalanced parts about capitalism, which is that it relies upon the exploitation of tens of thousands of people. And it's why we should embrace, instead of these totalitarian structures that we find across our society that we call businesses, instead we should embrace democratic worker co-ops, where workers decide what is done with the proceeds of their labor, with workers deciding what their working conditions are. And I think we would find ourselves in a happier and healthier society if we actually embrace that. And before anyone's like, well, no one's ever done that before. Yeah, we have. People have been doing it for literally hundreds of years in the form of democratic worker co-ops. The oldest milling company in the United States is a democratic worker co-op. And it was founded right after the Pilgrims landed in New England. Okay, this works. It's stable. It's just that it doesn't make as much money for people on the top, and venture capitalists don't want to invest in something that isn't going to make them all of the money. That's, one of the real big problems when it comes to democratic worker co-ops is just getting the startup capital, getting the funding. And, let's jump into this. And I know I'm on a tangent right now. Also, Ben Shapiro was big mad about it.
From Mr. Bezos and his newspaper.
Yes. Mr. Bezos' newspaper was not happy that I discussed abuses of market power and scale. And I think there are quite a lot of billionaires. There aren't a lot of billionaires in an absolute sense, but the proportion of billionaires that are upset with my comments are quite high. And I think that, to a working person and to working people, earn means something. The calluses on your hands, the aches of your joints, the way that we earn ourselves through school, through, our first job, And I think that we are in an emperor with no clothes moment when it comes to the American economy and our democracy. The Virginia redistricting maps were just overturned this morning by judges that are largely financed by a movement of billionaires. And American inequality is at an absolute peak. And we have to ask ourselves if this is how we want to live as a society. If we want 3,400 people to be prioritized over well over 300 million. And when we question the legitimacy of that power structure, the people at the top are going to be very mad. And the little hobby newspapers that they've bought, which they love to say that we are making the quality of everything better. Jeff Bezos purchased the Washington Post. He laid off some of the highest qualified journalists that made it an American institution so that he could turn it into a mouthpiece that launders his personal agenda and opinions. And he is using it because, right, for a lot of folks, it's not enough to be powerful, they have to be loved. And he then uses this mouthpiece to take aim at politicians that want to question the deeply unequal and unjust distribution of power in America. And they want to continue to undercut, threaten, punish those who say democracy belongs at the ballot box, and it's also measured in power, economic power, political power, and that that power should belong with the people of this country, not the very few.
So your assault is on the system that facilitates.
Her asking people not to vote and protest helped Trump win. I blame her and the squad for Trump's win. I don't think she actually did that. Like, AOC was notable on the left for telling people to get behind Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Like, people were really fucking mad about that. Like, there are plenty of things to criticize AOC for, but we don't need to make stuff up.
That, but presumably you think the editorial, it is a kind of edgy piece. But the likely 228 presidential candidate, we'll talk about that later, is arguing that there is no idea anyone can have or company anyone can start or value anyone can generate for others that could possibly be worth $1 million. If true, that raises questions that a fawning glazer, that's the podcaster, did not ask. In what way does Ocasio-Cortez believe that Taylor Swift, Michael Jordan, Jerry Seinfeld, Oprah Winfrey, or Beyonce billionaires all broke the rules to accumulate their wealth? What did they take advantage of? Does she think the FBI should investigate Governor J.B. Pritzker or Tom Steyer, who's running for governor of California? What about Democratic megadonor Alex Soros, a big fan of Ocasio-Cortez's? Are there good billionaires and bad billionaires?
I think this is the red herring, right? They want us to get into this quibbling of the morality of any individual person.
Yeah, I like what she's setting up here. She's setting up the, like, obvious retort here, which is that it doesn't matter if a billionaire is a good person or a bad person. The solution to this problem is we should set up a system of taxation that precludes them from becoming billionaires in the first place, because no one needs to accumulate that much capital in a democracy. Like, by wielding that much power, that much capital, you fundamentally break a lot of the guiding principles of democracy, you know? And as a democracy, we can all get together as the majority and say, actually, we think that anyone who makes that amount of money should be paying an incredibly high rate of taxation. And you know what? If they are as innovative as people say that they are, as talented, as blessed wonderkind as they might be, then they'll keep making money. But there should be a system that redistributes the proceeds of, like, their corporate wealth to the people who actually make the entirety of this country function on a day-to-day basis.
Instead of the immorality of the fact that there is virtually no place in America where you can afford an apartment on a full-time job on minimum wage.
Yeah, like, what do you want to defend? Are you going out there to defend the right of billionaires to hold, to like live in opulent luxury, the likes of which none of us could possibly wrap our heads around? Or are you going to go out there and fight for the right for working class people to be able to afford their apartments? to be able to afford to have a home. Like, very clearly, one of those things is way more important than the other.
And that is somehow completely disconnected and alien from the fact that we have a system that is designed to create this level of income inequality. Now, in the last 5 years, billionaire wealth has doubled. Ask yourself if the quality of your life has doubled in the last 5 years. And we are experiencing the concentration of our systems, our housing system. I mean, this wealth is being built from market consolidation of our housing system, our energy systems, right? The president has taken huge amounts of contributions from special interests in order to essentially stop wind energy and renewable and clean energy in this country to prop up profits. And we look at, and so on and so forth. And people want to make this about...
It's genuinely the most, like, I know that Republicans fucking hate hypotheticals, but genuinely, it's the trolley problem. It's the most obvious version of the trial problem. On the one hand, you can get a world where billionaires have unfettered power, but it will mean that every year, 1 million people are run over by the trolley. On the other hand, you could save 1 million people and billionaires just don't exist and instead have to make do with $999 million like a peasant. And like, I don't know about you guys, that would be the easiest trolley problem in the world for me to figure out. And I have faith in each one of you that you might be able to make your way to the correct decision. Yeah, option A, feed everyone. Option B, Bezos gets a 6th mega yacht. Which one do you go with? It's pretty easy for me. Maybe not so easy for Jeff Bezos.
Individuals, instead of about the system that allows this mass concentration of wealth to occur, and also the decisions that are made to allow that to continue to exist and to protect that concentration of power and wealth.
And so yours is a systemic critique. I mean, he took it personally.
Of course he did.
But yours is a systemic critique, and the question really is, what do we do about it?
Yeah. And I think, first and foremost, there's a reason he took it personally, because the concentration of wealth in this country has gotten so dire and so extreme that you can literally name the people who have half of the wealth in this country. It's gotten so extreme that you can name Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, the Waltons. And so, of course, when we criticize the system's gotten so concentrated that they take it as criticisms of themselves. And frankly, of course, they take it personally, because when you are completely unwilling to look at and be as invested in our country as an everyday American is, which is really...
Yeah, I do also want to point out there, who do you think is more invested in their community? Jeff Bezos, a man with, like, I don't know, 20 homes around the planet, and one in, like, half the countries that exist, or a single mom of 4 who has put down roots in her community and goes to job and lives and works every day in her city, brings her kids to school. Like, very clearly, working class people are more like invested in the success of their communities than billionaires are. All you have to do is look at this at the discourse around, oh, but if we tax them, the billionaires will leave. Clearly, they're not that attached to their communities.
What we're talking about with mass concentration of wealth, what kind of society do we want to live in? What is good for the country? And then what is good for myself?
And what would you do about it?
And so when it comes to what we have to do, I think there's a lot of things that we have to do. First and foremost, we have to, in the political realm, we need to get money out of politics. Mm-hmm. We need to abolish super PACs. We need to I think, have real checks on the court, which has been consumed by radical conservative judicial activists that are attacking Black Americans and the right and voting rights and voting representation in this country. who are now agents of a billionaire class.
Now you say do something about it. What do you mean, do something about the court?
Well, when it comes to the courts, there's court reform. There's a menu of things that we can look at.
Court reform.
There's ethics reform. There is financial entanglements that we're seeing on the court. There are, of course, open discussions about expanding the court to match the number of circuit courts that we have, going from 9 to 13 specifically. There are a lot of those options. But then, in terms of our economy, we need to revisit the tax systems that we have already had in the history of our country, because when it comes to tax, this is not just about money, but it's about the construction and organization of oligarchy in our economy.
I mean, she's correct. I think she's, to an extent, talking around the issue a little bit, which is that we need to dismantle the levers of power that Republicans and oligarchs have relied on for the past 50 years in order to bring us Donald Trump not once, but twice, you know? Like, I've seen ideas floating around, like stripping the Heritage Foundation of its 501c3 status, going after and removing nonprofit status from various, political entities, going after particularly politically organized churches that are, in fact, acting as fronts for political movements. Stuff like that. Like, there are a lot of ideas right now, but it really boils down to whatever can actually stick to dismantling the Republican and oligarch infrastructure and machinery. That all needs to be ripped apart and broken down. Specifically because it took them like 100 some years to build up that machinery after the prevalence of the socialist working class, solidarity movement of like the 20s, 30s, 40s, etc. And frankly, we need to rip apart everything down to brass tacks and rebuild something that cannot be so easily co-opted by capital.
And we also need to go after monopoly power, antitrust. These are very clear mechanisms of economic agency, and we have to, on the other end of things, fight for working people. We need to guarantee healthcare in America. We need to raise a living wage in America.
Hell yeah.
We need to codify voting rights and legal representation. And we need to be investing in our educational systems, basic economic rights that should be available that define what it means to have human dignity.
That's right, baby. Let's go. Economic Bill of Rights. Yeah. FDR proposed this in 1944. The second Bill of Rights. Ugh. We need to finish the job where we are right now, chat, just so we get this all on the table. We need to finish the job of Reconstruction that, the left failed to do, after the Civil War. And we need to fulfill the promise of FDR. Both these things need to happen. And they loom large in our current political crisis. But the person right now that I hear actually talking the talk about FDR era policies and Reconstruction era policies, that's AOC. So when I hear this type of rhetoric being employed, my radar goes off, my hope-dar, and I think this kind of sounds like someone who's prepping to run in 2028. Okay? You're showing some cards here, and I like what I'm seeing.
And do you think people like Bezos, Jeff Bezos, and others are actively? I mean, obviously, you talk about. We were talking before. We'll talk a little bit later about AI and the social media platforms, and so these are tremendously wealthy and powerful interests who spend a lot of money lobbying your colleagues and investing in campaigns. We just saw it here in the primaries. It really sounds like what you're talking about is providing the revenues to solve some of these problems. As much as anything else.
Yeah, and we need to restructure power to where it belongs, right?
Hell yeah.
Which is, I mean, that's really what the heart of democracy is. It's funny because there's a couple of things here when we talk about this conversation about billionaires. One is that we want to talk, they like to talk about American ethos as though it's an attack on American values, an attack on our idea of success. And first of all, I mean, call me crazy, but I don't think that every single American aspires to be a billionaire. I think that our idea of success
They might not object, but they may
not object, but I don't think it's the universal American ideal. I think our ideal.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. And it's worth pointing out because a lot of mainstream media, particularly like Republican media, will talk about it as if it is the end goal of every American to become a billionaire. But like, that's not the case, right? Like, I don't know about you guys. Like, I don't wake up every day being like, oh man, I really want to be a millionaire. That's my number one billionaire. That's my number one goal in life. Hell, even a millionaire. Like, that's not my goal. That's not really what I'm interested in. I'm interested in like being able to live a good life. I'm interested in being able to like have healthcare and like do the work. Like, that's what I'm interested in. And like, to the extent that I'm interested in having money at all, it's merely as a function to like do the things that I want to do and feel called to do. It's not because like wealth is the goal in of itself. Like, and I think that my experience is a lot more indicative of where most Americans are at, rather than this kind of Fox News or even, Washington Post sold vision where like all Americans aspire to billionaireship. Like, I don't know. That seems silly to me. No one needs $1 billion.
Ideal of success is to be able to work an honest job and sustain yourself and support your kids and go on vacation, once or twice a year and have some money in your pocket and be part of a community and have your community and your town be safe and thrive and to be part of something bigger than ourselves. And the second point on this, David, is that I want to talk about how this is in the heritage of our country. Because America was founded. You look at Thomas Jefferson writing to Madison in revolt of British aristocracy. The American Revolution was against the billionaires of their time. And we were declaring independence from such an extreme marriage of wealth and power in the state that the voices of everyday people did not exist. Now, of course, in that construction, you had slavery, you had women who were also not full people in the eyes of the law. But since then, as well, it was the organizing of Black Americans that turned America into a full democracy in the 1960s and well before that, with the Voting Rights Act. And so it's actually the most American thing in the world for us to be fighting for the working class. And it's actually patently un-American to try to aspire to transform our country into a place of kings and landed gentry.
I love this. The reframing of billionaires in this country as essentially landed gentry, aristocracy, like the reframing of essentially billionaires as figures that spit in the face of American democracy, that spit in the face of what it means to be American. I think that is an excellent rhetorical strategy for her to take here.
50-year-old male here, and I would have absolutely no problem voting.
Hell
Ballot
yeah.
box with ballot emoji, Fork for POTUS, USA emoji. In 2028, fire
Hell
emoji,
yeah.
Tumblr glass emoji, saluting face emoji, bar chart emoji, peace symbol.
Hell yeah. Z Corp Alpha 2462. Thank you for the $10 super chat. And thank you for being the first person to support stream today. Very much appreciated. Also, welcome KF Logan Raiders. Come on in. Come on in. We're talking about AOC possibly running for president. So come on in, get cozy, get yourselves we've been drinking a little whiskey, not gonna lie. And let's keep on going, folks. Hope you had a great stream. KF Logan, everyone go check him out. Do yourself a favor. Here we go. Also hit the like button on the stream and share it around. Okay, there we go.
Which is what we should never aspire to regress to.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what Jefferson was thinking about that when he was sitting at Monticello
too,
writing
That's
those
right.
words, but
That's right.
just the last thing on this. When people talk about sort of the American ethos, there is this sense not just of being a worker, but also being a small business person and building that business up and so on. You honor that value, do you not? I mean,
I think we can all agree that there's a difference between being a small business owner and being a billionaire. Like, there's a range of possibilities between being like working class and being a billionaire.
idea that I want to build something and hire people and
Yeah, of course. And I think, you know,
If double Trump leads to 2 years of and an America that lives up to the dream, I think Trump may have been almost worth it. EU Trump, though.
Yeah, I don't think anything will ever make Trump have been worth it. Like, the amount of damage that's been done is incalculable. The amount of people who have died, incalculable. But I do think one of the few politicians who could potentially put things to right would be AOC. At least in the Democratic field as it currently stands. But thank you for the $5 super chat, Lena Langton.
that my life and my politics has been profoundly shaped by my personal story, which I think is a story that is shared by many.
What's your problem with my small billion-dollar business greater than sad-face anti-billionaire bigot?
Okay, I was gonna save this for later, but real quick, there was an article that came out. Let me throw it up here from The Guardian the other day. I don't know how many of you saw it, but speaking of anti-billionaire bigots, New York real estate titan likens the phrase "tax the rich" to racial slurs. Steve Roth was responding to the announcement by New York's mayor of tax on second homes worth more than $5 million. The phrase "tax the rich" could be just as shameful as some disgusting racial slurs, according to New York City billionaire Steve Roth, who said that the top 1% should be praised and thanked. Speaking on his company's court, it is incredible, by the way, how often these guys go completely mask off on their quarterly earnings calls. And I will just say, if you ever want to know what the rich actually think, listen to their earnings calls, where they have to talk to their actual investors, because that's when they go fully mask off. That's when they'll like cackle with glee about the fact that like they run a private prison business that has contracted with ICE. And they're just so excited for how the police state is going to expand. They'll just straight up talk about it. It's crazy. Yeah. In a video, Mamdani announced the policy in front of Griffin's penthouse, which he said was purchased for $238 million. We are shocked that our young mayor would pull this stunt in front of Ken's home and single him out for ridicule, Roth said. This was both irresponsible and dangerous. Yeah, I bet no one could have suspected that some asshole lives in a $238 million house. No one ever would have been able to figure that one out. I must say, I consider the phrase "tax the rich," quote, "tax the rich," spit out with anger and contempt by politicians, both here and across the country. to be just as hateful as some disgusting racial slurs, and even the phrase "from the river to the sea," he said, referring to the controversial pro-Palestinian slogan. But the rich whom the politicians are targeting with nothing, starting with nothing, are the epitome of the American dream. They are our largest employers and largest philanthropists, and it is the 1% that makes 50% of New York's income taxes. They are at the top of the great American economic pyramid for a reason. They should be praised and thanked. Like when AOC says these people have set themselves up as landed gentry and American aristocracy, she's not exaggerating and she's not being hyperbolic. This guy literally describes the wealthiest people to ever exist in the history of humanity as living on top of the pyramid. as like living at the epitome of society. He thinks he's better than you. It's truly disgusting. We should be praised and thanked. Like, my guy, demanding worship from the workers you don't pay enough to live? Fuck you.
Working Americans, which is my family believes
Also not smart. Thank you for the $5
in the American
dono.
dream. My mom cleaned houses and was a small businesswoman in a way, right?
I started with nothing, just a measly $150 million.
She cleaned houses. She was not employed by anybody. My dad, he was born while the Bronx was burning, and every building around him was collapsing by the arson that was so widespread by landlords trying to get claims on their insurance. And when he was 6 years old, he decided that he wanted to be one of the people that built those buildings back up. And he went to New York City public schools, and he became an architect, and he had a small business, and they did everything they could to lift themselves out of poverty, some of the most extreme levels of poverty that we saw in America at that time. And they did everything by the book, and I saw them work really hard to try to lift ourselves up. And then, when I was 16 years old, my dad got diagnosed with cancer. And so we saw what happens when you live by that, and also how our system can rip the rug out from anyone at a moment's notice. And there's no hedging on our aspiration and our ability to work hard and our ability to build something and make something of our lives and be of service and create value in our communities. That is entirely different than taking over an entire energy system.
Yeah, this is a different question, but there are people all over this country who are building businesses that are important to communities and that hire a lot of people and so on. That's different than what you're talking about. I'm just trying to...
Yeah, think about, if you run a restaurant, your produce costs are through the roof. I mean, think like, if you are running a small business right now, like a genuinely small business right now, and you're in your community and you're trying to hire some folks, you're trying to pay, these folks I represent them. They have small restaurants, they're trying to pay people, they're trying to do the right thing, they're trying to give them good health care, and you can't afford any of it. Because our actual central systems in our economy, energy, healthcare, education, all of it, food, is skyrocketing, because when we talk about a billionaire class, that we're talking about a scale that is not a small business.
Yes, but there's a big distance between small businesses and
of course
the billionaire class. We could go on around this for a while, but...
Yeah, but also, like, I do want to point out, sometimes there's a lot of trickery that happens around the term small business, because it can be used to mean, like, a small mom and pop business, right? But it can also be used to mean just any business that employs less than 500 people. And businesses that employ less than 500 people can still be incredibly highly valued companies, right? Like a lot of tech startups have less than 500 employees that get valued in the, tens or even hundreds of millions sometimes. And so, like, there is also a lot of variation within the term small business.
I wanted to talk about you and
So it's subjective? No, it's just that there's like wiggle room in there, right? Like there is the very very legalistic definition, which is under like 500, like less than 500 employees. But a lot of people don't think of a company with 500 employees to be like a small business, but it technically qualifies, you know?
Your journey a little bit and then get to some of the other things that we're dealing with today. And I just wanted to start with a true or false question. Is it true that you won second place in microbiology at the 2007 Intel International Science and Engineering Fair?
Yeah, that's true.
And the topic was the effect of antioxidants on the lifespan of roundworms?
Yes, yes.
So with all the Riz and everything, you're kind of a nerd.
Yeah, I am. I originally...
Look at this man throwing the word Riz in there. Good on you, my guy. Keeping up with the kids.
So I attended Boston University. I was originally studying biochemistry and pre-med.
Let me interrupt you for one second. The reason I say that is you should feel at home at the University of Chicago.
Yeah.
So, yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, and it's I think it's.
Why did you change? You changed your path.
Well, my dad got sick, and he died the first week of my sophomore year. And my mom overnight became a single mom, and she drove school buses and cleaned houses to help put my brother and I through college. And I looked down the barrel of what it would mean to fulfill my aspirations, which meant 4 years of medical school, even more in residency, and I couldn't afford it. I knew that I couldn't afford, and my family couldn't afford that amount of time out of the workforce. I wouldn't be able to house myself, and I knew that, you know, the student loans that I would have to take on, I had to support my family at a very young age. And so...
so it was an economic decision as much as any other.
Oh, absolutely.
So let's jump ahead to the time that we all met you, the first time we met you. And it was, many of you may remember this, but it was 8 years ago. So I keep remembering, maybe some of you don't remember it. Funny how time passes, but you ran for Congress in the Bronx and Queens against a sort of a solid figure, a leader of Congress, 20 years veteran of Congress, and it was considered an impossible task. And you put together a grassroots campaign, and the night you won, there were these photos and some video of you standing in I think a billiard hall or something, with some of your supporters, and you're looking at the TV declaring that you had won, and you won by a landslide, really, 57% or something, and your eyes were like that, and your hand was over your mouth, I think, and you were trying to absorb what had just happened, and then you were like shot out of a cannon.
Yeah.
You went from an anonymous person who was an activist and an educator and a part-time waitress and so on, 27 years old, running for Congress, and now you're famous. Tell me about that experience and what that was like, because to me it sounds hard.
Yeah, it was really shocking.
You didn't know what you were getting into, really?
No, not at all. I used to joke that, 2 days beforehand, the only time anyone noticed me is if I didn't swipe my MetroCard fast enough, and they were getting upset. And then it went, in a span of 24 hours. I'll never forget what had happened, which was I'd been working really hard, and then that night I had won my primary. And in the morning I had done some news interviews, and I was walking back to my apartment the next day. I was walking back to my apartment, and there was a grocery store on the same block as my apartment, and I turned the corner. And when I turned the corner, this older woman who was leaving the grocery store, we had kind of almost bumped into one another. Never seen this woman before. She was just getting her groceries like anybody else. And we had bumped into one another. And in one day, she looks up at me and she recognized me, which had not really happened before. And she immediately started to cry. And it just on a personal human level, it is a very jarring experience to embody overnight, going from being a person to becoming a commodified symbol. It's actually, even in a very positive sense, it's almost like a very dehumanizing experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, in a sense, when you become like a public figure, you have to have given up some of your humanity. Like, you can no longer afford to be like a messy little gremlin, because anytime you go outside, you are, standing for something. People read you as a symbol rather than as a person. And like that, I think that can be, I think that very well can be dehumanizing.
Because you almost become an object, a thing, right? It's hard to hold both of those things at once, because it's, of course, it's not to understate the tremendous honor and privilege it is to hold that responsibility. And it's also just when the first person point of view of having that happen so quickly and at such a young age. And I had never, come on guys, no one knows who their member of Congress is, like realistically.
Many don't know who their member of Congress is.
Most people don't. It's not like everyone in Congress is super famous. It would be so delusional to think that that's what was going to happen. And it did, so I wasn't prepared for that at all. Yeah.
Yeah, and you kind of lost your anonymity, you lost your freedom of movement to some degree, you lost all of that. Mm-hmm. Then you went to Washington, and what was that experience like? And the reason I'm asking you is I'm sort of wondering about you looking back at the 28-year-old you who went, youngest woman ever to serve in Congress, and the person you are now, and what you've learned from that experience, and how you've evolved and grown in that experience.
Well, when I first got there, it was tremendously jarring. First of all, I was experiencing a very different, I was going from waitressing to being in a completely different ocean.
In a way, that's sort of, when Barack Obama was thinking about running for president, and everybody said, well, you should wait. He said, I'm just a few years from paying off my student loans.
Yeah.
I'm just a few years from struggling to pay my mortgage. He said, I know that's going to be a distant memory at some point. Yeah. And I think I'd be a better president because I'm closer to the experience that most people share.
Yeah, and that's the argument that I made, and it's also what I continue to believe. I think coming from the experience that I had gives me a proximity and an urgency and an insight that's hard when you're removed in most ways, but it was also very hard.
I mean, it gives you a very different perspective from, the vast majority of people who win seats in Congress who are already millionaires or billionaires, like almost no one who wins like a seat in Congress, like comes from less than $1 million in wealth, and like, coming from a working class background is actually something that rocks the boat in Washington, D.C.,
Hard because I unseated a really popular guy. And I was not welcome.
Popular in Congress.
Popular in Washington, not, yeah.
Yes.
But, and so I got rid of their very good friend. There was, there's orientation, right? You win your election, and then they fly in between election day and you getting sworn in, they fly you to Washington. And you go through a little bit of orientation, and you have to set up your office and all this other stuff. And there was a caucus meeting, and my predecessor was the chairman of the Democratic caucus. So he has to host the meeting. He's in a lame duck period, so he's still in office. I'm there in the caucus meeting, awkward, and he's presiding over it. Oh man, I'll never forget this. Actually, I don't even know if I've told this story before. And I'm sitting there. I'm new, I don't know anything that's going on. All these people know each other, they're backslapping, all this stuff. He's up there, and he's speaking, and everybody likes him, and a congressman in the Democratic Party, he leans over to me, and he goes, man, it's such a shame that girl beat him. And I looked back at him.
So what do you say to that?
And I said, you mean me? like the blood drains from his face. But you can, like, it was very chilly because it wasn't just that I let go of his friend, it's that I did so on the basis of challenging the power structure that existed, and that exists. And so it is very hard. It was very hard.
So you're someone who continues to challenge some of the institutions, including the Congress in some ways. How have you manipulated that? What have you learned about how to be an effective force, but not betray that sort of institutional challenge?
Yeah, well, I think there's two things at play. One is that when I got there, I won my primary at 28. I got sworn in at 29. And so I was the youngest person there by a lot. The average age at that Congress was like maybe 60 or so. And so I made a decision that I wanted to govern not just for that moment, but for 10 years from then, which we're coming up on. And so every decision that I made, I knew at the time may have been a little jarring or out of step for 2018 for like the consensus, or it may have felt like pushing over the apple cart, but it's because I knew where I wanted our politics and our country to be 10 years on. I wanted, and my goal then was to make a conversation and to start making moves so that guaranteed health care and a litany of other things would become mainstream center positions within 10 years. That was
normies running for Congress. Shout out to my pal Jerome Whalen, a high school teacher who's challenging corporate darling Richie Neal in MA01.
Hell yeah! Bring it to those Corpo Stooges. Very cool. Maybe I'll look into getting him on the show. We've had a few challengers talk to us over here on the program, and it'd be cool to have some more. Also, just like, I gotta be honest, this is a guy you look at and you're just like, he just looks like a swell fella. He just looks like a swell fella. He's like a fella's guy, you know? I'll look into him more.
my goal, that everything that was derided as radical, crazy, whatever,
I got
would then
you, Tippy.
become popularly supported by the majority of Americans in 10 years. And so for me,
I'm not even saying like he's an attractive guy, though he is an attractive guy. I'm just saying like he looks, more importantly, he looks like a swell fella, like just like a good dude, you know, like someone you could get a beer with and he wouldn't be fucking weird about it.
was also in managing that tension was about two things. One was about building power. I knew that I was one of 4 or 5. I wanted to be one of many more. And so I knew that if I wanted to make friends, and there's 2 ways you make friends. One is by electing your friends.
What about the ones who were there?
And the ones that were there, I knew that I was going to accept being very misunderstood and caricaturized in the short term, with the goal of being more understood over time.
One element of you were from the very beginning, like I went back and looked at the video that your campaign put out when you were running the first time. It was very impactful and it went viral. You narrated it. It was your story. It was the story of people in that district. Everybody talks about Mamdani, and I know he's a friend of yours. This was the forerunner of everything we saw in that race in some ways. He didn't have as good a bio as you. But what is it that makes you, and you continue to this day, what do you have, 9 zillion followers, and what is it that you know about how to communicate through social media that a lot of other politicians try and fail to do?
Well, first I think that it's going to take a real diversity of people and backgrounds for us to enact change, and I think that when it comes to an underdog, while, for example, the mayor and I come from very different backgrounds, it can't be understated, the Herculean and cultural and just general social and power change it requires to elect the first Muslim mayor in New York City.
Oh, no, I'm not in any way maligning him. Forget about that. But all I'm asking is, what makes you so good at it?
Yeah, well, I think being a person. You know, here's the thing is that sometimes the source of your weakness, what's important to understand is that the source of your weakness is also the source of your strength. The things that we're taught to be most ashamed about, which in my case was coming from a background that was lower income and struggling. The same things that everyone uses, that the elite use, and that, you know, Bezos is saying in this paper, right? The same things that they want to wield to undermine us. She's shrill, she's uneducated, she is lower class. They can't print that in the paper, but that's what they're saying. These are all codes for she's low class, right? She doesn't say the right thing, she doesn't talk right, is actually the source of your strength. Is that I decided that I wasn't going to be ashamed of who I was.
I'm fine with Kelly AOC 2028. We need to elect a hero 75% of the population will vote for. Mark Kelly, he believes in universal health care and gun control. Progressive AOC will be a successor. I could see something like that, though I'm not sure Mark Kelly has taken like or really positioned himself in such a way that he has the national attention in the same way AOC does. Part of the reason I'm excited about the possibility of AOC throwing her hat into the ring is specifically because in terms of like popularity within the Democratic Party, she has like the highest rating of anybody. Like she ranks higher than Kamala Harris, higher than Gavin Newsom, higher than basically anyone among both progressives and liberals. And so like part of me thinks it'd be good to get her at the top of the ticket. I don't know if we're going to get that, of course, but I am interested to see where this goes. This is an awful lot of background about AOC that I didn't know about, at least as many details. I didn't know about those, but she is spitting here. This is a good kind of like blueprint. If any of you are thinking about, you know, throwing your hat in the ring to challenge elected power within the Democratic Party, this is an excellent blueprint for you to follow in order to try and, you know, get those establishment Dems out of their trenches, you know?
Because it's who most people are. And most of us in our culture, consciously or unconsciously, are kind of taught to hide or try to compensate about whatever.
And my issue with Mark Kelly is like, I don't think he's taken like the steps to position himself in the way that one would if they were running for president. I think right now he's happy to remain a senator. Maybe we'll see him throw his hat in the ring in like, you know, if we get like a one term, you know, maybe 2032, maybe 2036, if he's still around. I don't know.
Whatever it is that we're taught to be ashamed about. And so I think when it comes to communicating, it's about, you know, I speak plainly.
Yeah, the APEC
and I know
shit
that
doesn't
some
help.
people are going to attack being plain spoken as a proxy for being uneducated or low class. But I also know that being plain spoken is how most people. It's
now John Ossoff, that's a man who has positioned himself to run. And that is another possibility that I find interesting, though not as interesting as AOC.
How we relate, it's how we talk to each other. And I also talk in real life, what this means for you and what you can do, what we can do.
Hey, Glitchmaster.
My first time voting in the primaries AOC. I saw her campaign video on FB and thought finally someone speaking my language. Little did I know she was challenging a machine Dem.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm just wondering if we can pull that up. Was it this one?
Women like me aren't supposed to run for office. I wasn't born to a wealthy or powerful family. Mother from Puerto Rico, dad from the South Bronx. I was born in a place where your zip code determines your destiny. My name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I'm an educator, an organizer, a working-class New Yorker. I've worked with expectant mothers, I've waited tables and led classrooms. And going into politics wasn't in the plan. But after 20 years of the same representation, we have to ask, who has New York been changing for? Every day gets harder for working families like mine to get by. The rent gets higher, healthcare covers less, and our income stays the same. It's clear that these changes haven't been for us, and we deserve a champion. It's time to fight for a New York that working families can afford. That's why I'm running for Congress. This race is about people versus money. We've got people, they've got money. It's time we acknowledge that not all Democrats are the same. That a Democrat who takes corporate money, profits off foreclosure, doesn't live here, doesn't send his kids to our schools, doesn't drink our water or breathe our air, cannot possibly represent us. What the Bronx and Queens needs is Medicare for all, tuition-free public college, a federal jobs guarantee, and criminal justice reform. We can do it now. It doesn't take 100 years to do this. It takes political courage. A New York for the many is possible. It's time for one of us. Vote for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on June 26th.
I'm not gonna lie, that was I had never actually sought out her first campaign ad. That was actually like incredibly, incredibly good. Like, I don't know if you guys think she doesn't have the juice. That I think she's got the juice. I think she could do it. Yeah, like the doesn't even breathe our air or drink our water is like, that is some top tier politicking right there. And I do think that like Fresh Pepperino, first of all, thank you for subscribing with Prime. But second of all, I agree that I think under normal circumstances, AOC would better serve us by replacing Chuck Schumer. What comes to my mind is that if I'm looking at this field of Democratic candidates that we know of so far, and looking at the broader picture of the current like context of the political playing field that we have right now, I don't know if we can afford to have someone who isn't like a hardline progressive who's willing to fight. I believe she's willing to do that. But she's basically one of the only people in the field right now that I think would do that in all of the ways that we need a president to fight, right? And so, like, ideally, I would love for her to have a lot more time to cook in the House and the Senate. I would love for that to happen. But also, we are in a unique situation right now where fascism has won, and we need someone to denazify the country and to also finish the job of Reconstruction and finish the job of FDR. And like, that is a really tall order. And I don't know of any candidate that I fully trust to implement that outside of someone like AOC. And that's kind of where I'm approaching the current moment, you know?
As opposed to trying to translate or explain life to someone. I'm not trying to explain anything to anyone. I'm observing, I'm naming what I see, which is what everyone else sees with their own two eyes. And it's really hard to do that in politics because every power incentive is to not name the elephant in the room.
Yeah, and maybe not to speak in a language that is real.
Yeah, and you know, you're kind of in this Schrodinger situation, right?
Could the next Dem president sign an executive order to wipe away medical debt? A stepping stone to Medicare for all, maybe?
It would really depend on a couple caveats. One, does the government own that debt? If the government does own that debt, then I am sure that there are steps that the president could take to essentially just forgive that debt, to wipe away that debt. But I also think that we run into a similar situation to where forgiving student debt was, which the current Supreme Court struck down, right? And I have no reason to believe that the current court wouldn't just do the same thing with medical debt. which is why one of the number one things we need with an incoming president is the progressive bona fides to actually play hardball with the Supreme Court and to do court packing or court reform, retire them all if necessary. Like, there needs to be like a wide variety of options on the table right now, because in order to get anything done, it is going to take a full mobilization of democratic infrastructure against the current order that has been destroyed by Republicans.
Where if you try to speak thoughtfully and at length about something, you're being too academic. And if you're trying to speak plainly in a way that most people get, it's that you haven't been thoughtful enough about this issue. And the reality is that all of these criticisms are designed to deflect from the point, which is that
well, and that's the thing, Glitchmaster, I agree. Like, there needs to be a president that comes in with a mandate from the people that is overwhelming and who is not willing to do half measures, waiting for the fever of the Republicans to break. Oh, we'll get, instead of passing Medicare for all, we'll just, we'll pass the Affordable Care Act using the Romney plan pushed for by Republicans, developed by the Heritage Foundation, because we want the Republicans to vote for it, and then they never do. Like, we cannot make the mistake of the Obama years again. It was genuinely a deadly one. Some people are not alive today who would have been alive if Obama had actually bothered to take the fight to Republicans when he was in the presidency. Like, simple as. Find it really hard to see Obama and not feel a lot of anger at his failures.
Making less and spending more, and we're not able to afford life the way that we did, and that is a question of power, economic, political, and social power.
Let's talk about the other side of social media, because I have a big concern about.
Oh, my perception, Fresh Pepperino, because she has moderated her language. But I think that comes about as a result of, when you are outside of a position of power and you don't have to work with other people in order to achieve your goals, it's a lot easier to not moderate your speech, right? But if you're working with other people who might, in some cases, virulently disagree with you or outright hate you, doing your best to not rock the boat is often a tactical decision. And I think that she is playing the game in order to get and achieve the results that she wants. And I find that different from a lot of other establishment
My only issue is the lack of clear contempt for the current leadership, and especially for the opposition.
Yeah, and I do have to say that I think she does feel that, but it's not something she can openly express. Right? Because she knows on some level that there is going to come a time where she is going to need the political power of those liberals who would otherwise seek to destroy her and have sought to destroy her, to be clear. But it's a lot easier to get them if you haven't made them your explicit enemies and called them the devil, I think in general, Democrats, Republicans will forgive one another for shit talking. Democratic establishment Dems, they will carry those grudges to their grave and damn the damage that happens if they need to throw tens of thousands of people under the bus to get some petty vengeance. They'll do it, But yeah, I think her calculation is she saw what happened to Bernie Sanders in 2016 and 2020, and she is playing the long game so that doesn't happen to her, so that she will have some allies to draw upon,
Plattner did and does. Mamdani did and does. I don't think it's nearly as controversial to try it.
Oh, I don't think it's nearly as controversial to try it now, right? Mamdani and Plattner have been doing it. And Mamdani's been doing a great job continuing to do it, but notice that Mamdani is also not out there railing against the Democrats in like on the state level. Like he's not going out of his way to like step on the toes of people in the New York State legislature, right? He's done a lot and spent a lot of time and effort to cultivate friends and allies on the state level so that he can actually get his priorities passed, right? Because he needs funding from the state. And he knows that, right? So Mamdani does it too. He moderates his language and chooses his words very carefully in order to preserve these political ties that he might need to call upon. You know, a lot of people pointed out, wow, look at Mamdani. He sweet-talked Donald Trump and actually got like XYZ concessions from Trump without seemingly giving up anything. And that's part of what you can do if you got the riz and can moderate your language successfully. And I think Mamdani is better at that than AOC is, you know? And I think that's part of what AOC's been learning from
Bernie.
Bernie.
Year seeding the presidential primary states with lefty progressivism/populism to allow for so many people, including Ock, to have a chance of running. Truly the modern William Jennings Bryant.
It's true. Like Bernie is basically the political Johnny Appleseed of the socialist movement in the United States. It's pretty cool to see, right? And AOC is very clearly like his chosen successor. It's why they were touring together for like all of last year.
The way in which social media algorithms stick us into silos. They've discovered that the way to keep us online is through anger and fear and resentment, conspiracy theories. They find out your hot button and they shove you there. I think it's contributed to the environment that we live in. You know, I've said publicly, I mean, in some ways the president has those skills. He's like the personification of an algorithm. He knows how to divide.
I recommend reading A Crisis Wasted, Obama's Defining Decisions by Reed Hunt for a very sobering inside look on the opportunities Obama squandered.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Like, what I'm worried about is also if we get a Democrat in the presidency who cannot live up to the moment adequately, we are fucked. Right? That's a huge problem. Like, if we get someone who takes a swing at this and whiffs it because they're not willing to swing hard enough or fast enough, like, that leaves a void that could easily be filled by like Ted Cruz or, you know, a Ron DeSantis or a Tucker Carlson in 2032. And that terrifies me. Because if Republicans get another bite at the apple after what they have done these last two Trump terms, like, we are truly going to be lost and fucked. Like, we cannot allow that to happen. It should be like an existentially motivating fear for all of you here, because if you are here, you are on the left in a way that would get you targeted by any such escalation towards fascism, right? If you haven't been targeted already under Trump 1.0 or 2.0, you know?
Even if it's for a one-term wonder, the sheer catharsis and chance for someone to actually just openly criticize leadership from the floor is worth taking.
You know, I can buy that. I have to say, there is a lot of catharsis in seeing Graham Plattner shit talk elites. I do like that.
But our politics has followed that. What do we do about that? What do we do about the way we are essentially being manipulated? And with AI coming down the pike, it becomes even more profound, and it's coming fast. And I know because Claude told me that today.
Well, it's you know, what a lot of these algorithms and technologies are unfortunately fine-tuning themselves to be are ways of hijacking human cognition. And they want, in a way, to control our feelings.
they want to commodify the cognition. Like that's clearly part of it. Like all of the data we have coming out of like independent studies on AI these days indicate that like AI literally rots your brain. It shrivels and atrophies your cognitive processes. And AI companies know this. It's one of the reasons why they've talked about treating intelligence as a commodity that people will subscribe for in the future, you know? And that I think is it kind of gives the game away, right? They don't care if AI makes your life better. They just care about milking you for more money. And if they can make you a bigger, dumber idiot, that just makes you more of a target for their insidious corporate practices.
And our minds, and they know how to do that. They have a slot machine model in their algorithms, and they know that anger drives.
But what can you do? What are you, as a member of Congress, are you as a leader? I mean, there's a tremendous power in that industry.
So I'll start before I get to.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying Plattner is a flash in the pan. Just saying, like, I understand Sake Tanuki's point. Like, I understand the catharsis.
The policy piece, I want to start with what we can all do, which is the antidote to this is physical community.
Yes, the antidote is touching grass, chat. You have to touch the grass before the grass touches you.
We got to get offline, and we need to be looking people in the eyes. This level of conflict and polarization is only possible in physical isolation and separateness, period. There's a reason you don't see.
You gotta fucking organize. And that's why I've put together this community. You guys can get organized. We can help you take your first steps. We can help you join your local Dems and join your local DSA. We can give you advice on how to organize your communities. Join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. If you don't want to head over to, Discord, you can head over to riverboat.gg and you can usually find one or both of them over there. Okay, like it's you guys, organizing is the solution. It is the solution to every problem, and it will continue to be the solution to every problem. It is in community that we are able to build those solutions out, where we are able to marshal enough power to implement those solutions. It is in community that you will find hope. It is in community that you will find empowerment. It is in community that you will find agency. It is vitally important to find that community, because if you don't, if you allow yourself to be isolated, you will be crushed under the boot of fascism. That is the issue here, right? And she's right. She's just fucking right.
The level of vitriol and anger online when you show up in person and are talking to people, including people you disagree with. And it's because we are not, as human beings, we are not wired for that level of constant antagonism toward one another. We are actually wired for collaboration and community and care. And what is important to recognize about this is that a lot of these technologies and algorithms are being designed out of sync with human nature and human cognition. And that is powerful for you because they are trying to fight nature, and you being in community is nature. And so, so from a personal, everyday person perspective, some of the best things you can do is talk to people in person, including when you see people going, fighting whatever online. If it's someone that you see, you talk to them with your voice. And that is really what changes people. People's experiences with other human beings is actually what changes our outcomes, our thoughts, our political outcomes. But then on the other side of it,
this is also doubly true because when you are interacting with someone in person, like, you pick up on their nonverbal communication. They become more real to you, right? Like, that's important because especially I think for conservatives, but this is true to an extent for I think everybody of all political persuasions, which is that like we tend to come up with an internal voice for people we think are dummies, people that we think are just big, stupid idiots. And like the voice we imagine in our heads when we read words from those folks, or when we even when we see them talking on like a TV or through a computer screen, like there is a level of communication that gets missed. There is a level of unreality, a level of artifice, I think, that can prevent actual communication from happening. And yeah, people are less adversarial in person in general, for sure. I don't know. I think that there is some truth to what she's saying.
Policy piece that you're noting, a lot of this, I think, has to do with regulating and talking about concentration of power. You know, tech, a lot of companies that market themselves as tech companies are less tech companies than they just are existing industries that are going online, right? And what we really need to do is, when we start tackling monopoly power, when we start actually, I mean, we just have to go after the concentration of power and wealth in some of these industries. And for example, AI, when we look at what's happening with AI, you know, we have the embodiment of political corruption happening in this administration. And it's not a coincidence that a lot of these Silicon Valley leaders backed Trump, and they backed Trump because they were writing a check that they are now cashing. And this administration is setting up huge slush funds for the AI industry. They're getting preferential treatment on government contracts. Huge amounts of dollars going into these companies are revenues that are in business with this administration. And then on top of it, they're doing it in exchange for little to no common sense guardrails for people. They're building a surveillance state. They're building a surveillance state, scanning our faces. ICE is doing this out in the open. And we have to, in a lot of ways, the answers are not new or novel. They are a revisiting of our Constitution and our basic rights and the enforcement of the mechanisms that have gone long unenforced for so long. Antitrust, the right to privacy.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Protecting individual power, our individual power. And
let's get some basic internet protections passed for your data. Let's go. It is high time to get all of these things.
Consumer rights. It really doesn't require reinventing the wheel, but it's about enforcing the rules that have been unenforced for so long, that have allowed a lot of these abuses of power to exist in the first place.
And Mr. Natural, 100% agreed. We need campaign finance reform, though I will point out the most viable pathway to campaign finance reform right now is on the state-by-state level with the Montana plan. I put out a couple videos about it so far, but Hawaii has introduced legislation to get money out of politics. Montana has introduced legislation. It's not legislation, a ballot amendment. Like, we are right now being armed with the tools to get corporate money out of our elections. And we should, in every part of this country, be utilizing the blueprint of the Montana plan in order to make that happen. Because it's one of the reasons why I keep telling you guys, we got to organize. We got to organize on the local level, because there are so many critical things you can do on the local level to keep your community safe, to ensure you are represented, to ensure that Democrats and the left in general is able to thrive, survive, and make this country a better place.
Get through a few things here because we have some questions from students that I want to get to. The question of the filibuster. A few years ago, when there was a Democratic administration and there were Republicans in the Senate who were obstructing legislation relative to voting rights legislation, relative to women's rights legislation, relative to...
You know, just as an FYI, as you start laying out women's rights legislation and voting rights legislation, we would not be in this situation if Democrats had gotten rid of the filibuster and passed, like, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Just as an FYI, worth noting.
Some of the economic program that the president wanted. You were very critical of Democrats who stood in the way of the filibuster being eliminated. Now we have a situation where the president is pressuring Republicans to do away with the filibuster because he wants to pass the SAVE Act, which is not just voter ID, but requiring people to have a birth certificate, a passport in order to register to vote in response to a problem that no evidence suggests is really a problem. But Now what do you feel? Are you for doing away with the filibuster now?
Yeah, here's the thing about the filibuster. Filibuster, first of all, one of the things that I do not appreciate is the wholesale fictionalization of American history, this idea that the filibuster was this grand compromise that was intentionally put into our system. The filibuster in the Senate was created by a clerical.
Yeah, the filibuster is genuinely just like a quirk of history. It was not intended to be used as it's been used.
Error from trying to copy the House rules into the Senate rules, and it was done incorrectly, and Jim Crow segregationists realized that they could use this clerical error as a loophole to try to delay the enfranchisement of Black Americans for decades. That's the origin of the filibuster is part of the legal institutions, or rather institutionalized racism that was baked into our institutions. And
it is also, by the way, overwhelmingly benefited Republicans. It is overwhelmingly benefiting Republicans. Because what it does is it stops a whole slate of progressive reforms from being passed every single time Democrats have pendulum swung back into the White House and in control of Congress.
So this idea that it was like this high-minded, intentional mechanism is just a fairy tale. And it's a fairy tale that's meant to launder the history of racism in America as something that's not.
So even if it means that some legislation that you don't...
And so if you want to take the SAVE Act, for example, I think that there are in many ways in which the filibuster presently takes responsibility away from senators. Because when you have to meet a 60-vote threshold, nothing is real anymore. You're not really responsible for any consequential decisions outside of reconciliation. Let Lisa Murkowski take that vote on the SAVE Act.
Yep.
Let Susan Collins take that vote on the SAVE Act. I dare you. I dare you.
Also, Chalupa Picada, 1, love your username. 2, in the long term, I also agree, socialism is just the first step.
The question. Let these people, let these senators actually assume personal responsibility for once for their own political decisions, instead of hiding behind this amorphous lack of responsibility for any.
Hell yeah. Restore personal responsibility to Republicans. They've been dodging it for far too long.
And that's what the filibuster represents. Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, any swing state senator doesn't have to sweat many important decisions because they get to hide behind this thing that is an invention that is designed to help them abdicate their responsibility. And I actually think that perhaps there would be a lot more Senate seats. There's an open question, right, as to whether even more Senate seats were at play if the stakes of people's votes were more real in a filibuster. And when everything is done through reconciliation, it also takes transparency away from the American people, because all these things can only get passed if you have 1,000 bills that are jammed into one massive thing that passes once every year, once every two years. And
maybe $1 billion for a ballroom.
Right, $1 billion for a ballroom, yes. All of it. And so I still think get rid of the filibuster and let them be responsible for their own decisions.
Virginia Supreme Court threw out the map in Virginia today that was passed by voters.
I gotta be honest, I'm loving the rhetoric I'm seeing from her here. I think she might have the juice. I think she might be able to do it if she does decide to run.
And so that was a big blow. Democratic Party thought they'd net 4 seats out of that. I think, I don't know, somewhere here, David Wasserman from the Cook Report is here. I think they today switched between Florida, which is redistricting, Tennessee, which is redistricting after the Voting Rights Act was struck down, Section 2. And then what happened in Virginia today, they moved 12 races from...
Oh yeah, Mr. Natural, Donald Trump is trying to get over $1 billion for his bunker ballroom situation that he wants built onto the White House. It's really stupid.
toward the Republicans. 4 or 5 of them were strongly Democrat and swung to the Republicans. First of all, how concerned are you about that relative to November? But where do you think this whole redistricting war is going to go?
Well, I mean, I'm tremendously concerned about it with respect to our country. The courts have been hijacked. The courts have been hijacked by conservative activists, and this is not, they have completely abdicated themselves from even the pretense of objectivity or their original goal or intent. And
in fairness, there were legal issues associated with this, and everybody knew it from the beginning that it was a kind of a close call because of what the law required, the steps that were necessary to get this done.
Well, let's talk about some of this for a little bit. First of all, let's zoom out. Redistricting in Tennessee, North Carolina, Texas, Florida, Missouri, none of that challenged or overturned by the courts, despite very clear and brazen constitutional violations, such as in the state of Florida, right? But that, you know, they've bought their courts, and so it's not going through. But what the difference is here in the state of Virginia is that all those other states I just listed, those maps were passed by their state legislatures. Virginia was an election of 3 million Americans.
Hell yeah. Pat Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership. Very much appreciate the support. And I am wondering where she's going to go with this one. I'm excited to hear her point of view.
This court did not overturn a map. It overturned an election. An election. And when we talk about the balance of power and a system of checks and balances, it's one thing for a court to check a legislature or an executive, but the end all.
Thank you for being a member. What's the matter, little fellet? Thank you for being a member. Also, Pat Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership.
All and be all of power in America should be the people. Elections. It should, and the result was clear. And so I think
it actually was pretty close.
It was close, but it was clear. This was not a recall. This was not
Well, it's pretty close. I mean, redistricting won by 100,000 votes.
Rather a recount situation. It was clear, close but clear. And we are in an era of a very real constitutional crisis about the limits of power. Because what do you do? What do you do in a situation like 3 million? I mean, I think that, you know, and my understanding too, Hakeem Jeffries issued a statement today saying that this is not over, and they are currently exploring their options here, which I look forward to seeing what the outcomes for that are. But I don't think that we should take this sitting down.
Let me ask you just last thing on this, and I'm looking at the clock, and they're going to admonish me quick soon. So if we run a little over, is that okay with you guys? Yeah. So for those backstage who are pissed at me, talk to them. Virginia's 55-45 state. Most states in this country there are a lot of states are relatively close. If that map goes into effect, if you were successful in somehow overturning, I think it's going to be hard to do. It would be 10 Democrats and 1 Republican. It's 6-5 right now. And you see this replicated elsewhere since the president started this redistricting war. Is that healthy for the country?
Well, you know, you talk about the margins of Virginia as a state.
Well, also, no, redistricting, like this redistricting push to gerrymander the different states, no, it's not good for the country. It's not good for democracy. It's not good for anyone. And the issue is Democrats can't afford to not gerrymander along the same lines as Republicans at this point, right? Because otherwise it just gives Republicans an institutional advantage that can become impossible to overcome. And the entire issue at play here is that Democrats have an open hand to end this conflict at any time. And Republicans at every turn have said, no, we don't want to end this. We want to continue to be able to legally partisan gerrymander. And so that leaves us with a race to the bottom. And that's what we're going to get. You're going to see California, probably for 2028, attempt to redistrict to have an entirely blue set of districts, to disenfranchise Republicans systematically. You're going to see other attempts to gerrymander Virginia. You're going to see other attempts to gerrymander states like Minnesota, etc. Because what we're looking at is a race to the bottom that the only way it stops is if Republicans lose. Because if Republicans win this gerrymander war, what happens? Do they end the practice of partisan gerrymandering? No, they don't. Instead, what happens is that they keep it gerrymandered. They make it functionally impossible for anyone to challenge their power, and that's the end of it. We have arrived at basically a solid state of conservative fascism, and the only thing that is going to get us out of that is mass mobilization across the field in a way that it's akin to a Revolutionary War scenario and mobilization. It will take what we saw in Hungary to get us out of that, and that could take us decades, if not by the time we're in our 60s.
So Jack, be honest with us. Do you think we still take the House this year and possibly Senate? Or are we fucked?
I do think we take the House this year. The Senate has become less likely because of the gerrymandering, and the margins in the House will be closer. But what is super important is taking the state legislatures this year. That should maybe be our, beyond just taking control of the House to stop the bad things from happening on the national level. Our goal should be mobilizing on the local level to retake state legislatures so that we can win the gerrymander war. Because if we don't do that, there's no way out other than, decades of mobilization efforts, right? And so that's kind of where we're at with that. And I'm it's not a good feeling, but for 2026, I think we're going to be okay, especially because a lot of these maps are being redrawn using data from the 2024 election. And we know that Democrats have been vastly overperforming relative to Republicans in special elections. So there is a chance some of this could backfire for Republicans. I don't know to what degree following these redistrictings, though. So I don't think we're fucked. I think the Senate is a longer shot. I think we still are going to get the House. And then the question is, how many states can successfully gerrymander before the 2028 election? Is it okay to ask about gerrymandering? Of course. What's up? What's on your mind? Yeah, the swing states are going to be a tough fight for Dems. Do 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 do. What's the question? Mm-hmm. Is it possible these Republican gerrymanders backfire and turn blue? I would say in a handful of cases, perhaps. Yeah. Senators are statewide, though. Gerrymandering couldn't affect those. Oh, that's true. That's true. Sorry, my bad. When it comes to senators, stuff that fucks with elections can have a depressing turnout effect. So it's really going to depend. If people are motivated to turn up to the polls, it could make the Senate less of a toss up. But it was always going to be a long shot for us to win the Senate. I'm hopeful we can, but it's a bit of a long shot.
But as a country, we are a 50-50 country. And so we need to look.
Yeah, Winby, I read the Politico article about Sebastian Gorka talking about how trans ideology is now akin to being a terrorist.
Look at these redistricting fights less as Virginians, Texans, New Yorkers, and more as Americans. And I, as well as many others, believe in nonpartisan gerrymandering. I don't think that elected officials choosing their voters is healthy as opposed to voters choosing their elected officials, and that's what gerrymandering does. In the present environment, however, when you are seeing states like Tennessee want to wipe out every Black representative on the map in these states, we have an obligation as Americans to stand with Black Americans and communities whose representation is being disenfranchised. And so if Virginia were an island or a country unto itself, no, it wouldn't be good. If New York was a country unto itself, no, it wouldn't be good. But I, as a New Yorker, have an obligation to stand with the folks in Tennessee whose political representation is being wiped out. I, as a New Yorker, have an obligation to stand with Texans.
There's tough.
I do have to say, I do think that guy the other day who was talking about seceding Memphis and the Memphis area from Tennessee into a West Tennessee, I do think that guy was cooking. And I do think that if Democrats really want to get serious about playing hardball, that's the kind of shit that they need to be looking to do with a hopefully a supermajority in 2028.
About further, I guess, gerrymandering in New York, would you encourage that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And by the way, one of the reasons that we got these compromises in the first place was because.
Yeah, Mary, by the way, I've been impressed. Mary Peltola in Alaska has been overperforming last time I checked the polls. So I'm a bit more hopeful about Alaska than I was just a little while ago.
You know, in the past, there was this tit for tat, and eventually everyone got sick of it, and we started instituting some basic level protection. That was part of the mix in the historical context. For some of these were political compromises of the past, and unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have to relearn some of those lessons again. But we don't do it with an anemic Democratic Party that doesn't respond to clear.
Well, I am a pro streamer. I'm just saying I'm more optimistic about this because you can see last year and a couple years ago, she's historically polled pretty neck and neck with her campaign opponent, and now she is polling at +7. So I do think that there is good reason to be pretty optimistic about Peltola and some seat flips in the Senate.
Violations of people's power and rights. We don't do that by sitting it down.
The gauntlet was thrown down. When Bernie Sanders was here, we had this interesting exchange, actually on the way here, because we rented a van.
I heard the term gerrymandering a lot. It is becoming meaningless. Can somebody provide the meaning of the term? Yeah, real quick, gerrymandering is the use of political power to redraw districts in order to benefit your own party. That's what gerrymandering is. It is essentially a form of political corruption to essentially weight the scales of democracy in your favor. That's it. And Republicans started this entire gerrymandering effort because Donald Trump asked them to do a mid-decade redistricting, which is very rare and uncommon. And Texas bent the knee and did it, and then other states did it in retaliation. And now the Voting Rights Act has been struck down, so the entirety of the South is now doing it both along political lines, but also along racial lines, which the Voting Rights Act explicitly prohibited them from doing since 1965. So hopefully that helps.
And I did my first ever Axe Files podcast with Bernie Sanders on the way here. He almost wouldn't get in it because it was a Mercedes. So he said, I'm not getting in that thing. We had to negotiate. We had to drop him off 2 blocks from here because he didn't want to be seen in the thing. But I asked him about he had in the House, he had a relatively moderate record on gun control. He had to get a C rating or something, a C plus, or which when I was a student here I would have liked, but from the NRA. And I asked him, if you were representing your old community in Brooklyn and not Vermont, would you have cast those same votes? And to his everlasting credit, he said, probably not.
Yeah, of course.
And so what it speaks to is we're a big, diverse country, and we don't all think the same way about all things, but there are things that we share in common, things that you've been speaking to. But we've created a system. Barney Frank just wrote a book about this, who's sadly dying, the great sort of lion of the left from another generation, about this. We create litmus tests and we sort of vote people off the island if they don't agree with us on some things, even if they agree with us on the big things. How do you feel about that? How do you cope with that? How do you build a big coalition and yet still hold people to litmus tests on a variety? And I feel strongly about gun control. We're on the south side of Chicago. But speak to me about this.
I think one of the interesting dynamics in politics, whether you're an elected official, whether you're a voter, whether you're an individual person, is that you're dealing with multiple things, multiple tensions at once, right? There's your convictions, and there's the community that you're in, then there's the city or the town, the state, and the country. And in the most literal sense, my job is to the people of New York's 14th congressional district, point blank period. At the end of the day, in our political construct, those are the folks that hire or fire their elected official. And my first and foremost primary job is to advocate for them. And in a larger sense, we have to come together as a country. And so, you know,
do you have these conversations with people within the progressive movement?
I mean, yeah, I do, but I think when it comes to other elected officials, it's like, here's the thing about litmus tests. I'm up for a litmus test every 2 years. And the people who put those litmus tests on me are my voters and my constituents. And also, I then become, you know, one of 200 odd Democrats, and we have to figure out how we both want to hold a majority, and, you know, we want to make sure that we hold a majority so that we're in a position to govern, and we also want to make sure that we're governing in a way that changes materially people's lives. And there's an inherent tension in that, because what use is a gavel? What use is a seat if it doesn't result in anyone's life changing for the better? And so, I think this conversation about ideas of litmus tests
like genuinely, what use is holding power if you're not going to use it to improve people's lives? 1000%.
Tests or what have you, instead of it being this kind of boiled down yes, no, good, bad, what we have to talk about why they appear in the first place. And it's because people have been disappointed and heartbroken many times about their lives not changing for the better. And so they want a commitment that's going to say, are you actually going to fight for me once you get to that place? And that's, I think, the underpinning need that I think is being raised in this conversation. And the way that we answer it is by actually using our power. And that is hard to do in a legislative environment. But again, I think that is the underpinning material and political need that people are asking to be addressed. Now, sure, you know, folks may feel some type of way about the way that shows up at any given cycle or election, whether it's pledges on a specific policy or what have you. But I think what people want to feel more than anything else is that they don't want someone to run on a campaign of big promises and then govern in excuses of it's complicated. And, you know, life is complicated, governance is complicated, but we have to make hard decisions sometimes. You know, with the ACA, there are a lot of people who cast votes knowing that they would lose re-election.
Yes, yeah.
They cast votes
them, yes.
knowing that they would lose re-election in order to make that happen. It wasn't complicated for them. And so I think that is the kind of courage and bravery that people are asking for, what they need and what they deserve in this moment. How that shows up, how you're going to demonstrate that, you know, it may be different in every community. Yeah, it is true that in rural Vermont, the way guns show up in that landscape is very different than in Brownsville, Brooklyn. You should vote differently in that community around it. But also, once you have that, how we're able to get results for people so that these kids in Brownsville don't keep dying.
Yeah, yeah. Even on that issue, there's got to be a way to protect people's concerns in rural Vermont and protect the children on the south side of Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
But last thing before we go to the students, because I would be drawn and quartered if I did not say this. There are a lot of people who would like you to run for president in 2028. Apparently some of them are here. And there are people who, there are others who would like you to run for the United States Senate. Senator Schumer's up in 2028. I don't know, it sounded like even more.
Should we move to New York or to other parts of the country?
How many would like AOC to stay in Congress? See, they want you to make a move.
Yeah.
What say you about all of this?
You know, it's funny because in this op-ed that Jeff Bezos paid for in the Washington Post, there was this line that you had mentioned earlier about, well, as a potential 2028 contender, XYZ. And in the context of that, it was very clear this was a veiled threat, right? So the elite saying, if you want this job, you just stepped out of line. And we want you to know where the real power is. And it's in the modern day barons who own the Post and own the algorithms, and we'll make an example out of you.
Can I just say I really appreciate her beginning to refer to oligarchs as barons? I think there is a political utility in calling oligarchs just robber barons. Like go back to the old ways that worked, you know? Call them robber barons at every available opportunity because they are robbing you. They do have like these delusions of grandeur, of this idea of separation and aristocracy that they want to implement here, that they are fundamentally better than you. And I think adopting the rhetoric that worked in the 1920s to call out this group of people for being robber barons that galvanized the working class movement of the 1920s, I think that's smart. I think it is good to resurrect terms that have useful connotations for us.
And what's funny about that is that they assume that my ambition is positional. They assume that my ambition is a title or a seat. And my ambition is way bigger than that. My ambition is to change this country. And presidents come and go, Senate, House seats, elected officials come and go, but single-payer health care is forever. A living wage is forever. Workers' rights are forever. Women's rights, all of that. And so, anyways, but to a finer point to your question is that when you aren't attached, right? When you haven't been like fantasizing about being this or that since the time you were 7 years old, is tremendously liberating, because I get to wake up every day and say, how am I going to meet the moment? And conditions change radically all the time. So I make my response less to an attachment to some positional, like, title or position, and working backwards from there. But I make decisions by waking up in the morning, looking out the window, and observing the conditions of this country, and saying, what move or what decision can I make today that is going to get us closer to that future, stronger, faster, better than yesterday? And those conditions, I think a lot of times, like, I remember the first time I walked onto the Senate floor. I was a freshman. I was a freshman in the House, and a fun fact is that House members are allowed to go onto the Senate, but Senate members are not allowed to go into the House unless they're allowed in and invited. And so I had walked onto the Senate floor, and I looked around, and I was like, wow, everyone here thinks they're going to be president. And they are making decisions from that place. And I don't want to make decisions from a place of what's in it for me. I want to make decisions from a place of how are we going to change the country. And so that's in response to people en masse. It's in response to the numbers that we have in the House and in the Senate. I count votes, I build caucuses, I help elect responsible and principled people, and I try to decouple our political system from money and politics. And so my decisions come from a very substantive place. And that's what goes into weighing it. And the great thing about that is that no billionaire can stop that. No concentrated level of power, no elite, no gatekeeper can prevent me from doing everything I can, waking up every day in service of the working class. And I can do that in the House, I can do it in the Senate, I can do it from the White House, I can do it from a shack in upstate New York, chopping wood and being a burnout. Like, I can do it
wow,
from
that's one
anywhere.
That was one I didn't even think of. Well, if it makes you feel any better, and if you find this more liberating, I don't think you were going to get Jeff Bezos' endorsement anyway. So,
Shucks.
So we have 4 questions from students who I think are in the front row here. They were.
I do have to say, that wasn't a no. That wasn't a no. That was instead a very strong, I don't give a shit what they have to say. They cannot control me. And I do think that's a pretty good answer. Like, if you are not in a position to definitively say you are not running, basically giving an answer about how you are not going to be cowed or controlled by, billionaire money into changing your mind one way or the other. And instead, your decision is going to be based on your position and the possibilities that are available to you to advance, like, the banner of the working class. Like, that's a pretty good answer. And it does make me think that she's going to run, specifically because she is the most popular candidate in the Democratic Party by far. She is also, like, someone who's clearly able to live up to the moment. And I also just want to throw this out there again. There is a possibility that this is a unique opportunity for someone like AOC. Like, the confluence of political wins right now that have wine moms turning up to No Kings protests with some of the most radical signs you have ever seen, clearly Fed posting through it. The liberal establishment voting base has moved away from the likes of Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. It hungers for someone new, someone who is going to push change, someone who is actually intent on bringing about that change. And not only that, justice to the people who have been harming us for the past 4 years. So I think that there is a unique opportunity here that will not be available again in 2032. And so I do kind of read this answer as, like, I'm going to take into account, like, the actual playing field. I'm going to take into account how, like, my opportunities, etc. But, like, it's not the worst decision in the world to run. And I think that she's someone who can recognize that. And I hope that if she does take advantage of this opportunity. Because obviously there will be other people who rush to fill the gap if she doesn't, but I do not have confidence that every single person who will be at the top of that pile will be doing so with working class folk at the top of their list of priorities.
Chosen at random, and I will say there may be questions about corruption elsewhere, but the staff and students at the IOP are impeccably honest. So this was a straight up random drawing. I don't know what order I have them. Go ahead. Introduce yourself, and let's hear your question.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, Representative. My name is Regina Bellamesta, and I'm a graduate student at the Harris School of Public Policy. As a Latina and a former waitress and bartender, it's such an inspiration and an honor to hear you speak. My question is about immigration. A record $45 billion has gone into immigration enforcement. How will the average American family benefit from this investment? And how do Democrats shape immigration reform moving forward?
I think we're hard-pressed to see how the average American is going to benefit from rounding up innocent people, building a mass surveillance state, giving impunity to folks that are shooting Americans dead in the street. We need to abolish ICE. And I can't tell you.
Why are you worried about 2032? Because we elected someone in 2020 without really thinking too hard about what was going to happen down the road. And that lack of thought, that lack of foresight, that lack of urgency boomeranged us all the way back around with Trump again. So, like, there's a big problem here, and I don't want to make that same mistake again.
How the average American is going to benefit from it, but I can tell you how we are going to pay the price. We're going to pay the price because $1 trillion was gutted out of our healthcare system to pay for an extrajudicial force that is building a mass surveillance database of everyday Americans, scanning your face, observing your online activity, looking at your purchases, without so much as a judicial warrant when they decide to bust into people's houses. But on a deeper level, what this is going to cost us also in our economic outlook and our humanity. First, in our economic outlook, one of the only reasons.
Yeah, but Luck Dragon, we also intended to elect a president for 4 years in 2020. And then a lot of Democrats in the establishment said, you should go for another 4 years, Joe. And then he tried to do that, and it failed spectacularly in such a fashion that we now have Donald Trump again. And what I want to avoid at all costs is giving fascists a platform for another 4 years after whoever wins this election, because there's an election in 2032, and it is not a guaranteed thing that election is going to result in a Democrat. Treating it as if it is a guaranteed thing, I think, is a big problem, and part of how we wound up in this situation in the first place.
That the United States outperformed the rest of the developed world in terms of how we weathered the COVID pandemic.
Like there needs to be a Democrat elected in 2028 who's actually able to deliver accountability for the people who have wronged us and harmed us, who is able to deliver on abolishing ICE, who's able to deliver on like basic improvements to our system, to restore trillions of dollars in funding. Like, there are huge promises that have to be kept by whoever is elected in 2028. And if those promises, if that list is not delivered upon sufficiently enough, we are going to get another fascist in charge who's going to be more competent than Donald Trump is. And that, I think, should be a terrifying thought to everybody, something we should all be on guard for.
Because while it was hard for us, the rest of the world had it way worse. And one of the only reasons.
I need an actual accurate introspection for what happened in 2016, 2020, and 2024 so badly. Not calling out why we failed is crippling progress.
Well, And that's the thing, right, Sake Tanuki? Like, because there hasn't been clear communication about why these political endeavors failed, right? Specifically from establishment Democrats and the DNC, um, it has allowed for a variety of different theories to flourish and kind of take on a life of their own, right? I was just listening to Sam Cedar on the Majority Report talk with a journalist from The Lever, and they were talking about how essentially establishment lobbyists who are jumping into these races with super PACs and PAC money, and they are spending to support more establishment Democrats in the primaries. And the guy who runs this entire initiative is essentially, he's a billionaire entrepreneur type, and he just believes, again, hasn't seen the autopsy or anything like that. He believes that the problem in 2024 was that the party went too far left. He buys into this narrative. And there's no reason to buy into it, especially as it's very clear that the base of the party has shifted farther to the left as more and more time has passed under Donald Trump 2.0. But the people with money right now have a vested interest in trying to push the party to the right, and that's what they're trying to do with their billions of dollars. And I have a big problem with that, of course. But also, I have heard the scuttlebutt that the 2024 autopsy was perhaps done by a friend of Ken Martin's, and this particular friend, allegedly, according to scuttlebutt, from Pod Save America boys, um, they were talking about how we got kind of like this insider dealing where like a friend of his did this and did a terrible job, and like it was just so bad that it wasn't releasable. And I think it might just be gross incompetence that they just don't have the data anymore, And I think that a lot of establishment Dems have built their own theories about why the establishment lost in 2016, why they lost in 2024, why they won in 2020, and they aren't willing to look at the underlying components of any of it. Like, they aren't willing to look at the role Gaza played in any of these elections. They're not willing to look at the role that, the talking about how we actually live in such a great economy. You might be feeling the economic pinch, but the economy is getting better. Trust us. Like, these things did a lot of damage, I think. And by not addressing trans issues, of course, I think that it left like this ideological real estate available for Republicans to build whatever the hell they wanted on it. And I think that in turn, like, allowed Republicans to launch like bullshit attacks that managed to either get people to stay home or turn out more of their own voters. And it sucks. And I wish we had a definitive document about it paid for by the DNC, but all we got so far are lessons from Ken Martin. Just take him at his word. I do want to add, Ken Martin should be fired. Like, the level of gross incompetence displayed by him after his year-long listening tour and the abject failure to live up to his campaign promises, as well as like pretty he's pretty much a non-entity in a way that we cannot afford. We can't be going into a gerrymander war period with Ken Martin at the helm. He's clearly not willing to play ball in the way that we need people to be willing to play ball. Like, Ken Martin should be fired. Like, gross incompetence should not be rewarded with apathy and indifference. Otherwise, like, genuinely, the Republicans have done the same thing with Sean Duffy. Sean Duffy's the transportation secretary, and he fucked off for 7 months to film episodes for his YouTube channel. Like, that's gross incompetence. He should be fired for that. Ken Martin should also be fired for the level of incompetence he's displayed. He did a year-long listening tour, and we got fuck all for it.
That we fared the way that we did was because of immigrants. When you think about how immigrants show up in your life, whether they are your friends, your coworkers, etc., our healthcare system stands to collapse without immigrants. Our food system stands to collapse. Our housing system stands to collapse.
Are we just going to become a revolving door every time we dislike the leaders whilst the other side has blind loyalty? Yes, because I believe in a democracy rather than building cults of personality built on bullshit.
That's the economic point. Then there is the human point. What is it costing us as human beings and as a society?
I just value
How much
actual
money do you
competent
think Ken
leadership.
Martin while doing literally nothing?
I genuinely have no idea. Too much. It's too fucking much.
To look the other way when women and children and innocent people and young men of promise are—
Well, and establishment Dems do not care to understand the truth, in my opinion, because they have a monetary investment in not understanding the truth, right? In not understanding that progressive politics is what gives the Democratic Party its strength. And instead of like acknowledging that truth, they're going to war with the progressive wing of the party. And so, like, I think that what we're looking at as we go towards the future is that, again, as I've been saying over and over and over again, people need to organize on the local level. You need to join your local Dems, you need to join your local DSA, and you need to get organized so that you can push for local local policies that can reform your town, your city, your state. And the stuff I'm talking about, you know, I've talked about how you can keep your communities safe from ICE, how you can keep your communities safe from detention centers or AI data centers. But also, increasingly, what is really important is passing those Montana plans. The Montana plan is an initiative from the Transparent Election Initiative that is going to and can keep big money out of politics, that effectively puts a not for sale sign on your politicians. And like every state should be passing this right now. I know right now Montana and Hawaii are in the process of passing it in two different ways. Montana is passing a constitutional amendment to their state constitution. Hawaii is passing legislation because they have the House, their state legislature and governor on board with this idea. And it is effectively a way to kill big money donations made within your state, because states can actually control how corporations show up
Every time I hear
when it comes
Ken
to
Martin,
elections.
the first have to replay his crying over David Hogg.
Oh God, it's so infuriating.
Control.
I deeply respect you, David. I too was looking forward to working with you, but this has created a situation, and I'll be very honest with you, for the first time in my 100 days on this job, and Jessica knows this, the other night I said to myself for the first time, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. You essentially
Like, this guy should not be in charge of the DNC.
destroyed any chance I have to show the leadership that I need to. So it's really frustrating.
You've essentially destroyed any chance I have of displaying leadership. Part of being a leader is being able to absorb criticism and not letting it fucking destroy you. But in response to this problem, what do we need to do? We need to show up in our local communities, in our local Democratic parties, in our local DSA. We need to show up and put pressure on locally elected figures to move policy on the local level and on the state level, because that is where this new battleground of politics is going to be operating. And the national political conversation is going to be a reflection of those battles on the local level. Dragonfly and Gamerg, excellent timing. You're both in chat over on riverboat.gg. So if you haven't joined your local Dems and your local DSA yet, come on over to riverboat.gg. It's right over here. It's the on-screen chat. You can talk to Dragonfly and Gamerg to get involved. And also, you can join our Discord, and we'll help you take those first steps in your local Dems and your local DSA, help you navigate it and know the ropes, all that good stuff. Go check it out. We need people to get involved because that's the only way we have hope moving forward as a political society.
Are ripped off the street and thrown into a van and disappeared, and you never see them again. There's what that costs them, but think about what it costs you to look the other way. What does it cost us as a society that starts to normalize looking the other way? Then we start looking the other way as women bleed out in parking lots in states that have banned abortion. We start looking the other way as VRA districts start to get stripped out of our Congress. We start looking the other way as the free press becomes consumed and intimidated by the very powers that they exist to check. What does it cost us and you as a human being to look the other way? And so there's the economic cost. Your healthcare is going up. Long-term care for our parents and grandparents are going to skyrocket. It is costing us. It's already costing us. And then there's what does it cost our soul?
Like, her rhetoric is so fucking good. It's so fucking good, guys.
And that, in a political context, people think that that's naive, flowery talk. I don't think it is. Because what is all of this for if it is not to live a dignified life in a community and country of integrity?
You don't sound like someone who's going up to upstate New York to chop wood, but that's just my opinion. Go ahead.
Representative Ocasio-Cortez, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us tonight. In 2021, you stated that there were, quote, legitimate white supremacist sympathizers at the core of the House of Representatives caucus. Yet since then, in efforts to ban congressional insider trading of securities, you've worked across the aisle with representatives such as Representative Tim Burchett, a Republican from the state of Tennessee. Do you stand by those former comments, and do you think that they make bipartisanship harder? And furthermore, how have your views on bipartisanship evolved over your last 6 years in Congress?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I do stand by those comments. It's just true.
Good for you. Good for her. We eating good today.
And for his part, Congressman Burchett has called me a communist and a witch and whatever it is. And but you know what? We got to ban insider trading in Congress.
Hell yeah.
And I care about results. I care about results. Now, there are certain areas where I don't think that we should ignore some folks' record on some of these issues, right? It's about where we trust intent, where we trust where those outcomes are going. I personally do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a proven bigot and anti-Semite, on the issues of what is good for Gazans and Israelis.
I will say, people are being insufferable about this. Just have to throw up this tweet. All right. So here's the quote you guys just saw. Okay. I don't think it benefits our movement to align with white nationalists. And wouldn't you know, oh, there's Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks. This is just terrible. She sounds just like the establishment. She's attacking an opponent of Israel as an anti-Semite. This is exactly what Israeli supporters want. Split the anti-war movement and the critics of Israel's genocide. Deeply counterproductive and selfish. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene has literally talked about Rothschilds controlling the world. Like, I'm sorry, like, she's been engaged in some like old school anti-Semitism in the past. This isn't conflating like being critical of Israel's policies with anti-Semitism. She's an anti-Semite and she criticizes Israel. But the criticism isn't coming from the same good faith place when it comes to Israel. The same way Tucker Carlson is not levying good faith criticism about Israel's policies. He's using it to launder and like mainstream his anti-Semitic views, right? You guys know me. I've long been a proponent of criticizing the state of Israel and its policies. It's been engaged in a genocide. It's currently engaged in broadening that genocide against folks in the West Bank, against and doing massive land grabs in Lebanon. And like, you can criticize the country for that, but you also have to take into account, like, well, gosh darn it, wouldn't you know, the KKK is also very critical of certain institutions that are predominantly Jewish. And it is naivete of the utmost extreme order to like take the word of someone who is a proven racist and bigot and be like, well, no, in this one instance, though, they're coming from a place of good faith criticism when they're very clearly not. And so, I don't know. I like, man, how the Young Turks have fallen, you know? If only people really could have seen where they were going at some point in the past. You know, some pivotal moment when they lost their way.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
Anyway.
I don't think that it benefits our movement in that instance to align the left with white nationalists. I don't think
a state referendum. My bad, Superjet guy.
it serves us. And so I think it's about looking at the context, the place, the results, the outcomes, intentions, and where we think that train would go. But as far as what someone says about me, I could care less. And I think it's really about what our outcomes are. And to be honest, there are some areas where things will not get done if they're partisan, because they are anti-establishment. There's bipartisan consensus on keeping and protecting stock trading in Congress. And so it's going to require a massive bipartisan consensus of people willing to come together across those differences to get it done.
Hello, Representative. My name is Violet Conklin. I'm a second year at the college. My question is about university funding. Many universities are facing massive research funding cuts, or have already experienced this, including the University of Chicago, especially in the biological and arts and humanities divisions here. I'm wondering, how can we expect this research crisis to be addressed?
Oh, also, like, just real quick, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene has, like, long been a proponent of the Great Replacement theory, which is, I really need to stress, and has been for the entirety of its existence, an anti-Jewish conspiracy theory. Like, the conspiracy theory of the Great Replacement theory is that a shadowy cabal of Jewish people, are wealthy Jewish elites, are bringing black and brown people into America to shift the electorate and make us weaker, feminize the country. That's why they are pushing LGBTQ content at the same time. Like, they want to feminize America and like take away what it means to be an American from the beleaguered white community. And like, it's just a racist anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Full stop. And she's been very vocal in her support of that. Like, I don't know, to like be like, oh my stars and garters, how could you call Marjorie Taylor Greene an anti-Semite? Like, come the fuck on. Like, Ryan Grimm even fell into this, and I was just so fucking upset to see it. Like, he was going and being like, Marjorie Taylor Greene gave up everything when she came out against what's happening in Gaza. And it's like, she gave up everything right now. What she is doing is trying to future-proof her political career. If you think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is gone for good, you're just wrong. What she has done is she read the political winds for the Trump administration and where things are going and said, yeah, I'm going to sit this one out and come back again later. And she then realigned herself with folks like Tucker Carlson. She realigned herself with where she saw the wind blowing online, which is Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and like, she'll be back in like another 4 years or so. She's gonna run again, and then she's gonna be hailed as like a, principled conservative for what she did here, but she's not doing it out of a place of genuine, like, concern for the people in Gaza. It's incredible to me. Some people who are veterans in this industry are just so easily fooled.
In a post-Trump America.
I sit on the Healthcare Committee and Energy and Commerce, and so which has jurisdiction over the NIH and much of this university funding.
Finally beat out the ADHD and remembered to subscribe heart T4T support.
Hell yeah! Chalupa Picada, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very much appreciated.
And first and foremost, it is the impact of these cuts are devastating, and we will feel them for a generation. What gets turned off in 4 years does not get turned on in 4 years. That money could turn on, but the cost of those experiments.
Oh God. Just fuck me. Granted, this is from last year, but like, fuck, man, Democrats need to actually learn how to play ball.
Being shut down, research being cut off, the continuity of science matters as someone who's had a background or a care in terms of scientific research. There's certain things you can't just like turn off and turn on again and it's as if nothing happened. And so we are, if anything, it will require not the same resources as before, but likely far more resources than before to even try to catch up. But on top of it, a lot of these cuts and abuses of power were based on norms. And they were norms that were respected for a long time. And I think it's time for us to revisit what statutory protections can be put in place and what, we need to put some more, I think, barbed wire around our institutions that are powering.
Is Ryan Grimm intellectually lazy? I wouldn't characterize Ryan Grimm like that. I just think that Ryan sometimes gets a bit chummy with some of these folks, which gives him some significant blind spots, if that makes sense.
American progress. When we talk about powers as a nation, a lot of times people focus on military power, but technological power, cultural power that emerges from free speech and a vibrant society of healthy discourse are just as much a part of the picture. And we have to protect and put more protections around scientific research. And to allow this to happen is just deeply, deeply devastating. And so we have a lot of work to do in not taking what we had for granted statutorily and starting to codify what we once thought were norms into actual hard protections.
And like the things that are happening right now in the sciences, beyond just like what is going on with the funding, like there's some pretty scary stories making the rounds right now. Indiana University plant microbiologist Roger Innes has been locked out of his laboratory by the school in response to a request by one of his federal funders. The move comes after Innes complained about the government's prosecution of Chinese postdoctorate students. Like, there is an ongoing crisis in like 100 different ways every day right now, and we need to be able to step up to the moment and fix them.
Last question here.
I just wanted to say thank you again for being here for this conversation. I'm Daniel. I'm a second year in the college studying math and physics. And my question is, why do you think you're such a controversial, polarizing figure?
I think a couple of reasons. I think from a power perspective, of course, when you're challenging power, when you're challenging the concentration of wealth, when you fight really entrenched power, that power will fight you back. And when you are aiming at the vice grip of the people who own media companies and the people who own a lot of institutions, they're going to make you controversial, right? The goal is that they know that the message is potent, and so they can't be seen attacking the message, because that makes them look bad. So what they can do is attack the messenger. And so if you make me or any person who says similar things as controversial as possible, then you can stigmatize those opinions in the American public. I think about when President Obama had this moment when he was talking about, people of these huge scions of industry, the you didn't build that alone moment. And it was this huge controversy at the time. It was the same thing. Like what he was saying, he was right. He was right. And so you have to create controversy in order to disrupt truth. Because if people hear it straight, then they're going to agree with you, and that is bad for the powers that be. So I think there's a certain incentive from that perspective. And they want you to think like, oh, he or she just didn't say it right, or it didn't include all the points, or they will exploit whatever thing. There will never, newsflash, there will never be an uncontroversial messenger for challenging the structures of power that are keeping wages low.
She's spitting. She's correct. Right? Like, Democrats will pretend that they do not understand the concept of manufacturing a story or manufacturing a narrative in order to push more progressive policies, but they 100% understand how to manufacture animus towards people who are pushing for better policies. They 100% understand that power dynamic and that ability that they have when it comes to suppressing ideas like a livable wage or Medicare for all or any of these other things. It is only through our blood and sweat and tears and efforts that we are able to mainstream these policy ideas. It relies upon each and every one of us to pick up the banner and take it as far as we can take it, And I do think that eventually this time will come to an end, but she is correct about the fundamental relationship between an establishment that is okay with the status quo and a progressive voice that demands better from the status quo. There will always be a backlash to demanding better from power, because power gives nothing without demand.
That person, whether me or anybody else, is always going to be in the sights, right? But then the second thing is that I think it's not just personal to me, but I think my presence as a person who was a waitress, I'm like it's like I slipped through the cracks. I'm not supposed to be there, and according to them, right? And I'm not bought. I don't take corporate money. The average donation to my campaign is $16. In 2 years, there's maybe been 8 max out checks of like $2,500 to my campaign. And I think that there's a real class aspect to this. I think there's a lot of people that really believe that if you don't make a lot of money, it's reflective of your intelligence.
There are honest to God, and I know some people like this, who believe that poverty is a choice. That being poor and not making enough money is a result of just you love how easy it is to be poor. You love it. It's so much fun to be poor. Look at all the free stuff you get. People love it. Like, genuinely, there are people who think like this. I find it monstrous, but there are people who believe this. That, like, oh yeah, you can be. Look, you're stupid and you just don't want to work hard, so you're poor. You chose that.
It's reflective of your capacity as a human being. And I think that there's a very real built-in denigration and devaluing of people because of the class that they're in. And of course, I'm a woman. And of course, I'm Latina. And I'm from the Bronx, BX. And so it means that my mere existence is inherently.
My partner's mom believes this. She's a Democrat campaign consultant. Oh God, that's so that's gonna turn me into the Joker right there.
Subversive
in
the place that I am. And so, I mean, listen, it's misogyny in politics is like one of the strongest forces that exist. And it's not like just, I'm not even talking about baked in biases. It's just also a form of structural power. You're challenging power. And the way, when you are wielding power on behalf of your constituency, it looks different. I think sometimes it's inherently seen as very disruptive because I don't approach power in a patriarchal way. I don't believe, in domination, authoritarianism, in top-down leadership. I believe you wield it differently, and it breaks people. And I also don't act in the way that women are supposed to act in a society like this. Like, you're coming at me crazy. I'm not going to be deferential to you. My job is not to make men or anyone else. My job. No, like. And it's not, and I don't say this in a gender war kind of context. It's just that we as a society, women, we've been conditioned to really internalize one of our main jobs in society is to accommodate others. And I think that when you're a woman that has strong boundaries and you say, actually, I am your equal. I'm not more than you and I'm not less than you, but I got it like you. And that is like really, to people who are in, I think about I was so confused why that photo of me in RFK went like so crazy. And I think it was just that. And so again, it's, and I'm gonna get in trouble just for saying that because the number one rule of being a woman in politics is that you're not supposed to talk about being a woman in politics. If you talk about the existence of it, people go,
I don't believe in domination. Well, there goes all those conservative fantasies.
I do have to be honest. I can absolutely already see like the Michael Knowles response video to this where he gets really fucking creepy about it, Like I can already picture how Republicans and like the paid propagandists at like the Daily Wire and PragerU are going to respond to this, and they're all going to be incredibly weird and gross about this entire thing. In part because she just torpedoed their weird conservative fantasies, for sure.
Insane. The mere suggestion that...
Paladin, I didn't even make the connection, but you're absolutely right. There's a connection between the idea that like, being poor is a choice and like, and like poorly reflects your intelligence, and prosperity gospel, which is essentially like if you were pure of heart, you do, what Jesus tells you to, you will gain wealth. And obviously if you're poor, it's because you're doing something you're not supposed to. There's absolutely crossover there as well, significantly so in America.
Any institution or that like it plays
Leah.
Any role in our politics makes people apoplectic, because they take it as a personal insult. But I mean, you know, I'm a waitress, I'm from the Bronx, I'm a woman, I'm Puerto Rican, I'm gonna get in trouble because I'm not supposed to say any of those things.
Also, if there's anyone who knows exactly how, like, creepy and condescending people can be, it's people who worked as waitresses, you know? Like, my God, I bet she has some stories she could tell you, you know?
Things, right? We don't see color here, we don't see gender here in our politics, right? But, you know, I think that, and I come from a working class background, right? A lot of our institutions are from a certain socialized elite. And you're taught that to be accepted, you need to talk a certain way and present a certain way. And when you don't, it can be very culturally disruptive to people in power.
Congresswoman, I read a touching story about maybe the last time you saw your father, but you were going off to college and you were leaving the room and he shouted after you and asked you to turn around. And what did he say?
So it was the last time I saw my dad alive, and I gave him this big hug, and I was leaving the room, and yeah, he said, "Hey," and I turned around, and he said, "Make me proud."
Well, wherever he's watching, I'm sure you have. So thank you so much for being here today.
God. I know, it's making me tear up a bit. But, like, I do think she might be actually goddamn prepping to run. The fact that she, at this point, isn't saying no and isn't closing the door on it in front of a huge crowd like this that is, like, already clapping at the bit to, like, get her in office, like, if she wasn't running, she would just say no. She is deliberately keeping her options open, and I think she gave a great obfuscating answer there about essentially saying, well, you know, like, I'm not going to be bullied by any big money. I think she's gonna run. This is the kind of press appearance I feel like one does to test rhetoric, to test different points of resonance with audiences in order to prepare for, like, a real and true throwdown for the presidency. I think that she's actually gonna do it. And I wanted to cover the whole thing because I know the clip that's been going around is, like, just that bit of it, but taken in the totality, I'm actually way more convinced that she's going to run than just watching the clip here. Yeah, if she does win, if she does run, I do think she is gonna win. Like, we watched that first campaign video she put out. Like, when she throws down, I don't think any establishment Dem is going to be able to hold their own against her. I think that she will have the support of Mamdani. I think that she will have the support of Bernie Sanders. I think she will have the support of basically every major progressive mover and shaker in this country. And I think that she is going to be able to win over your liberal wine moms. She's going to be able to win over that No Kings crowd. She's going to be able to win over, like, people who are in their 60s and 70s who have tons of free time to do phone banking and door knocking. She's going to be able to win over those 20-year-olds who have the energy to do all of that and more. Like, she has all of the data that I am aware of aligns behind her in a way that makes her an incredibly potent force to be reckoned with. And I think that the rhetoric she's using here is all trial balloons for that presidential run. And also, she's legitimately the only candidate in the Dems.
I just got back from the Melit Kiros campaign's watch party for her Hassan appearance.
Oh, I didn't know she was going on Hassan today. Hell yeah. Shoot Bang, thank you for the $10 dono. Appreciate it. Where did that just open? That's so cool. I'll be taking a look at that later. I do need to look at Hassan is okay, look. I have had a lot of issues with Hassan, just like policy-wise, like little nitpicks and gripes and disagreements about optics and such. But I do have to say, I absolutely love that he is platforming people who are running in the primaries right now. I think it's maybe one of the most important things that's happening in politics right now, which is the breakthrough of these candidates onto live stream shows, the audience of which is highly motivated to get involved in progressive politics.
Hey.
Also, Super Dark Shadow Andy, thank you for the $50 dono. My goodness. Thank you so fucking much. So, I think he's doing some genuinely deeply valuable work, and I support that. But yeah, I think AOC is gonna be running, and when she does, it is gonna put a lot of establishment Democrats in a really uncomfortable position when she does, but I think she's got the ability to rein them all in and get them behind her, even if they are defeated by her in the primary. I don't think it's going to be a Bernie 2016 situation. Sometimes I dream of what something like Jack is doing here could do on a platform like Hassan's. That is why I keep saying one day we're going to be bigger than Hassan, baby. Bigger than Hassan. Let's go. She will outraise Harris without taking any corpo money. She genuinely will. It's going to be crazy. So anyway, folks, if you got anything out of that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, do the things, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And also organize. It is better to get organized now than to be getting organized after the midterms, okay? We want to get as organized as possible for the midterms, and that sets us up really nicely for 2028. So get organized in your local Dems and your local DSA today. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. We can, in fact, get you involved if you are unsure where your first steps are. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. It's gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It looks good on everybody. It's sexy, it's comfortable, it fits, and it's non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership. Very, very much appreciated. And let's see here. Oh, God. Okay. They give a sexy organizing buff. It's true. I'm wearing it right now. I have the sexy organizing buff right now on screen. As you can see, Imogene Olivia does me a right service when I wear it. Okay? Yeah, Shootbang, if you would like to reach out and see if they'd be interested in coming on the show, I'd be happy to have them on. I also need to reach out to Heath Howard and get him on the show. He's running for state representative in New Hampshire. Let's see here. Should I put their staff in touch with a mod here or on Discord if they're interested? If they're interested, I have a business email on the YouTube channel. So you can direct them to that email. Let's see. I am going to go use the bathroom because we've actually been going for over 3 hours. When I come back, I would love to jump into this housing forum held for California gubernatorial candidates. It's lengthy, so I think we're probably going to speed it up a bit because it is an hour and 40 minutes, and I think we can maybe cover it in a fraction of that time, hopefully. Also, that being said, if we meet our sub goal for today, we'll be doing some analog horror after that. So, all that being said, Jack, reach out. I do not. I need to be very clear. I do not have the time to go through and reach out to people. I'm already operating at max capacity. If people reach out to me, I can give them a day that I am free, but right now I am operating at max capacity to the point of being in tears at the thought of doing things. I am going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Rat is this. Normal rat's like this. That's a normal rat. 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 Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. Quite the wire, 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 quite the wire. You are now a normal rat. Normal rat's like this. That's 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 a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. Point the wire, 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 point the wire. You are now a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. Point the wire, 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 point the wire. You are now a normal rat.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hand. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, We have grasped it. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. Thank you to those so often forgotten who made this movement their own. Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley, people like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago, people like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
Hello, hello, hello. Had to go get more toilet paper. Sorry, folks. Also, you guys are currently almost at our sub goal for analog horror tonight. Very excited. All right. You all right? I'm overworked and stressed, and I'm dealing with that by working more, which is probably not a great idea, but you know, that's how I do.
Literally, Jack.
Literally me. Oh god. This is genuinely me! Oh my god! I'm sorry, this is an option? I could be playing... I could be doing this on a treadmill? I want to do this on a treadmill. Look at the size of that touchscreen. You get an arm workout using that touchscreen. Bam, 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 bam. They're playing League of Legends up there. Or Teamfight Tactics, rather. I have to play it on my phone like a nincompoop. They're playing in the future. OMG, that's awesome. Yeah. I will literally play 2 games of ranked every day when I'm on my hour-long workout grind. Is the sub goal shared between Twitch and the site? The sub goal is shared between Twitch, YouTube, the site. Every
Did you see
$5.
that J.K. Rowling is now represented by one of Scottish Parliament's first 2 ever trans reps?
No, but that is delicious. That is absolutely delicious. I love that for her. New sub goal, big touch screen for Jack's treadmill. Well, I don't actually have I have an elliptical, which is not a treadmill, but it is a lot easier on my knees. because I'm old and my poor joints. Yeah, exactly, Lee Kessner. Like getting a distraction, like that's why I play like a game on my phone when I am doing like cardio, because the distraction is really necessary for me to ignore my mind hyper focusing on like the various discomforts I'm experiencing. It gets a lot easier once you're like 30 minutes in, you know? Oh my goodness. Whew. I also got another monster. All right. Are you guys ready to jump into this housing forum? Because I am excited for this. We're going to jump in, and I'm going to see if maybe we can tolerate a 1.5 speed, just so that you guys have your time and my time is protected a bit.
O W O U W U I W I U O W O U W U I W I U O W O U W U I W I U O W O U W U I W I U O W O U W U I W I U O W O U.
That kind of had a little bit of stank to it. I bet Jazz Dog could turn that into something. Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And you guys have officially hit the sub goal, which means after we finish this housing forum, we will be doing some analog horror tonight, folks. So do stick around for that. I'm very excited. We'll be taking a look at the Oakburn Opus, which should be extraordinarily fun for us to dive into. I know nothing about it as a series. I'm excited to see where it could go. Let's see if we can pull the trailer up again real quick, because it actually has one, which is so cool. Let's see, did I put it back here? Yes, here it is. All right. Here we go. This is the trailer for the Blackburn Opus, or Oakburn Opus, rather. It has a very John Carpenter feel to it.
Grudge held from his childhood days, as if life had left him lost. Reading down his list of names, he ticks them one by one. Points the barrel at the sky, firing shots off at the sun. At the city's edge of hellfire and brimstone, he summons up the devil there to give him courage of his own. Free the sinners of the
Yeah, there's an entire soundtrack playlist alongside this trailer. So I'm very excited to, like, everything about this is my jam. So excited. What is analog horror? I have only started hearing that term recently. It kind of comes out of like the YouTube limitations, or limitations of extreme like indie filmmaking that kind of emerged on YouTube with the proliferation of home cameras, right? So it's this idea that you embrace kind of the lo-fi cheaper aesthetic of things like VHS or more analog technologies rather than digital video, or at least you're trying to ape the aesthetic of those older media forms, and that can kind of like cover up some of the low budget nature of independent filmmaking on a $0 budget. And so a lot of different series bill themselves as analog horror on YouTube because it's essentially made by like one person or like a small handful of people coming together to just make something cool and interesting, usually relying to some degree on like found footage, kind of a different multimedia style presentation. Sometimes they kind of look like true crime documentaries or podcasts. They kind of fuse that with low budget filmmaking and creativity to like patch up the cracks. And then they typically tackle a lot of just kind of esoteric Lovecraftian vibes. It's very interesting. It's a very fertile ground for a lot of different filmmaking aficionados out there, right? So you've got like this, which is pretty interesting. You've also got the Monument Mythos, which is kind of presented as if it is giving you like a history lessons, but it's of a history that isn't of our Earth, which is interesting. You also have stuff like the Mandela Catalog, which is initially framed as kind of a presentation of evidence gathered while investigating crimes, and then through the eyes of the investigator himself, ultimately, while dealing with various paranormal threats that become more and more apparent over the course of the series. Never heard of Monument Mythos? It's one of the first ones that I covered. It's really, really cool. Highly recommend. We do need to go and watch the latest season of that sometime, but that will not be tonight. Yeah, if you want to see an example of like Hollywood made analog horror, the VHS series absolutely is exactly what we're talking about. You know, check out, I think VHS, it might be VHS 94. I think the one that has the Ratma short in it. That one, that one is my favorite collection, and honestly, their final short film in that with the fucking white supremacists is one of the funniest things I've watched in a very long time. Very much worth a watch. Yeah, kind of like a Blair Witch Project, but, you know, put together by folks on the internet and not nearly as recognized yet. Though I have a feeling that with Kane Pixels taking the backrooms to the big screen later this month, I have a feeling that Hollywood is going to take a much stronger interest in what analog horror is doing in the foreseeable future. Did you say rat? I said Ratma. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, go watch VHS 94. All right, you guys ready to jump into this housing forum? God, God, my boobs look good in this shirt. Hell yeah. Also, do you guys like my makeshift choker? I like it. Gotta just tighten it a little bit. Thanks, Lee Kestner. Okay, here we go, folks. We're jumping in to the candidate forum. And as per usual, as per the gubernatorial debate we watched the other day, every time Tom Steyer says something completely and utterly based, I'm going to take a sip of whiskey. So that's my drinking game for the night. And I'm excited to see how this goes. Here we go, folks. Let's see how the gubernatorial candidates stack up when it comes to housing, well asked by the #1 abundance boy, Ezra Klein. Or maybe #2 abundance boy. There are two of them. I don't know if it's Derek Thompson and then Ezra Klein, or Ezra Klein then Derek Thompson. Either way, there are two abundance boys. Maybe they're just co-equal abundance. Anyway, let's jump into it. What's the sauce? The sauce is 10,000 Drops. It's a craft distilled single barrel bourbon out of Faribault, Minnesota. So yeah, it's pretty good too. And I am speeding it up to 1.5 speed, so hopefully we can get through this a bit faster than an hour and 30 minutes.
All right, hello, Oakland.
If this does get to be too fast and too obnoxious, please let me know. I'll slow it down a little bit, and it'll just take longer. That'll be fine.
All right, welcome to the beautiful Calvin Simmons Theater. We are thrilled you're here. We are thrilled that all of you are here. The candidates on the stage tonight are, according to the polls, the 5 top Democratic candidates in this race: Tom Steyer, Javier Becerra, Katie Porter, Matt Mahan, and Antonio Villaraigosa. Give them a hand. I should say we invited the top Republicans too. Unfortunately, they could not make it tonight. There have been a lot of debates lately, a lot of debates this week. This is not one of them. What we're doing here tonight is a forum and on one topic, a topic that deserves 90 minutes of our attention, which is California's housing crisis. We're going to have 3 sections. Each section I'm going to spend about 6 minutes talking with each candidate in turn. I'll ask follow-ups if we have time. I want to give people the opportunity to hear all of you thinking through these issues aloud. At the end of that 6 minutes, a bell will sound like this. That bell slightly breaks my heart. I'm a podcast host, so I want to give you all 90 minutes each, but you're going to get very mad at me if I don't keep this fair. So we're going to try to keep it very fair. We're asking candidates not to jump in or interrupt each other. You are free to criticize each other in your answers, but if you do it, that candidate you criticize is going to get a minute to respond, and you are not going to get more time, so strategize accordingly. And to the audience, please hold your very much merited applause here until the end. Candidates have not seen the questions here in advance, nor have any of the organizations that are co-hosting the event. With all of that out of the way, let's get to the reason we're actually here. Governor Gavin Newsom came into office in 2019 with a promise to build millions more homes. And in the years since, dozens of pro-housing laws have passed, some of them written by heroic legislators in this very room. And yet the number of new homes being built in California is basically the same as when Newsom took office. Housing is a slow and hard problem to solve. That some of these bills may just take time is true, but we've also seen that they will take leadership and courage, that even good laws that we need encounter resistance and headwinds along the way. So all of you want to build more homes.
I do have to say, speeding up Ezra Klein does make his cadence less irritating. So I'm pretty okay keeping it at this speed right now.
You all have detailed plans to do so. So the question of tonight is what has to happen to convert these good intentions into homes that people can live in? And how do we protect those in need or at risk?
Hey, fresh pepperino!
My disposable income for your next local single barrel bourbon, pinched fingers, medium skin tone, excellent tastes.
Thank you very, very much. And here's to you. Hell yeah. Thank you very, very much.
In the meantime, we're going to begin by taking on something you all identify as a problem, the very high cost of construction in California. And Mr. Steyer, we're going to begin with you. A RAND study found that the cost per square foot of constructing an apartment in California.
Oh God, do we also? We shouldn't do it. I do wonder how many times is Ezra Klein going to say the word granular? Do you think that he's going to say, I'm guessing 3, maybe 4. I'm going to go with 4. But it could be in the double digits. I genuinely have no idea.
Is over twice that of constructing it in Texas. Why do you think that is, and what would you do about it?
So I know that, in fact, what's driving that up is the way that we construct.
Okay, I know this isn't fair, but I am going to slow down this guy. No, I'm not. I'm going to equally treat all of these candidates.
The cost of labor, the cost of materials, and the cost of financing. And for us to drive down the cost per square foot of housing to a place where we can afford to build these houses and people can afford to buy them, we're going to have to make some real changes in the way we're going about this. So let's talk about 2 of them, which is one about the construction on site. And we are building
this is Tom Steyer.
Apartment buildings the way we have been doing it for 100 years. And there is new technology to do this where you basically manufacture the parts of the house off-site the way you'd construct or manufacture a car, and then you assemble it on-site. And the estimates that people have, both from the real world of having done it, but also projecting what they think they could do, start at 20%. And they go up from there. And these are real things, and these are companies that are like manufacturing companies, so therefore they need revenues and orders, and the state of California can do that, and it can change the building codes. The second thing, in order to drive down the cost of housing, is about finance. And the state of California has a number of finance programs. In fact, Buffy Wicks is proposing a $10 billion housing bond, which I think is incredibly important. And I
am interested in his idea of like off-site construction. I'm not very familiar with this concept or idea. I do have to admit that when I hear that, I immediately feel skeptical. Like I'm skeptical you're going to see savings of like 20% by manufacturing parts of houses off-site. I can see the logic, but I also can see the potential for immense abuse when we're talking about like the state of California, like meeting that, making deals with manufacturers to manufacture those parts. So I'm a little skeptical, but also I guess it depends. It depends on what he's trying to build. I would want to know a lot more about what he's talking about. Because obviously I live in the Midwest. I'm familiar with like prefab homes. Like that's a thing that exists. But I want to know more about this idea of prefabricated apartments. That sounds interesting and new, and I don't know much about that. But I'm open to hearing more, and maybe he'll get more time to expand upon that.
Excuse me. Hold it.
And I should say that
it's not prefab home. Well, it's like the parts are prefabricated and then assembled on site. So it's like similar concept, not quite the same. You're right, but like similar concept.
Nonprofit community bank that my wife, Kat Taylor, and I started in Oakland, California, has financed 17,000 low-income housing units. We need to use finance much more aggressively to drive down the cost of housing. And the third thing I'll say is this. The cities and counties in California do not want to have housing in general. As someone said to me one time, they'd rather have a used car lot than they would a new housing, a new apartment building. The reason is used car lots don't go to school. Used car lots don't take healthcare costs. And so a real reason that housing is so expensive, both in terms of the time that it takes to get permits, but also cities and counties will charge very large fees, up to 20% of the cost of the house, so that they can sort of preload the cost of having new inhabitants in their community. I've said that I will, on day one, call a special election to close a corporate real estate tax loophole worth over $20 billion to the state of California, so that instead of, when we're talking about a new housing facility in a city or county, it's not an unfunded liability, an unfunded mandate, it's a funded mandate. And we can then...
I actually think that this is a really good idea. You know, the idea of essentially whenever you sign off on a new apartment complex being built, like the state steps in to make sure that that is there's a whole suite of services available and paid for the people who are going to move into that apartment building. I think that's a really good idea. I think that is potentially a way to overcome kind of this idea of like, not in my backyard. You know, you gotta figure out a way to mollify the NIMBYs, especially in California.
Work with the cities and counties, and they can stop dragging their feet.
So we're going to come back to the city and county question, but I want to jump in on modular for a minute. Modular housing has been promised and hoped for a long time.
I guess modular housing would be a more accurate term. That's fair.
A lot of politicians have hyped it up. Investors have invested in it and been disappointed. The big companies in the space have often failed. Katerra raised $2 billion in private capital, went bankrupt. Vive failed. Integra failed. Factory OS, which is the biggest one in California, was recently rebranded and recapitalized. So this is pretty central to the way you think about housing. Why do you think it will be different? Why do you think they failed, actually? And what have you learned that would make it different now?
Well, let me say this. There is a reason they failed, and there's a reason that most startups fail, which is they don't have revenues, and they don't have orders. And so the question is, A, does the technology work? B, does it drive down costs? And C, do they have enough orders so that they're making money and able to sustain themselves and then to finance themselves into much bigger enterprises? And the answer is the state of California can change the building codes. The state of California can give those orders, and we can actually drive this business so that, in fact, not only do they do what they say they can do, but they can get economies of scale going forward to get the kind of size that it needs so that we can really get what they say they can do. Because the estimates right now are we can drive down the cost per square foot by 20%, but I can tell you, because I've talked to them, that the people who run these companies see that as a first step, and they can think they can go much further than that. And let me say this. There are 40,000 units in San Francisco, California that are permitted, that are zoned, that are not being built because they can't afford to build them to a price that people can afford to buy them. So this is actually, the ability to drive down this cost is an absolutely critical part of building, multiples of what we've been building for the last 4 years, and in fact solving the housing crisis and putting it in a place where working people, working families can afford to buy. So it's really getting this right is a critical part of the mix.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer.
He had me at the financing. I'm still not completely sold on this modular manufacturing. If I would be interested in seeing like a test site. Like here, maybe I can find an example online here. Modular apartment construction. Let's see. This is from 2025.
Housing starts down, construction slow, new homes unaffordable. You've heard all the complaints about Ottawa's housing market. One company hoping to address many of those with a new modular apartment build taking shape within days in one of the city's most coveted neighborhoods. CTV's Dave Charbonneau reports.
At this site near Carling and Churchill, crews are busy assembling an 8-unit modular apartment building. Over 3 days, 12 prefabricated apartment modules are being put together, bringing the project to 85% completion. The companies behind the models saying the goal is to create these types of apartments across the city quickly.
It's 8 apartments that have been built down the road in Morwood by our partners at Gilchrist Homes. These modulars are dropped into place with drywall, lights, kitchen cabinets, everything.
With Ottawa facing a housing crisis, developers say modular construction could be a faster, more efficient way to create new housing.
I mean, it does make sense. Like, if you can assemble them off-site and then just drag and drop, plug it all together, and be good to go. I guess I feel like the only issue would be, like, plumbing and electrical would be maybe difficult to integrate, but I suppose you could also do plumbing and electrical offsite and just like plug it in the main facility. It's just a matter of like, how do you assemble it? I don't know. It's interesting.
Frame for a project this size would probably be about 12 months. We're hoping to be in and out of the ground from demo all the way through to finished product in about 4 months.
Modular construction also removes many of the challenges posed by traditional building methods.
What we're doing is now we're eliminating all the factors of the element, Mother Nature here today.
This is built in, again, an enclosed area where no rain, no snow, again, no mold spores at the end. So 75 to 85% of the project is completed within the factory.
Gildcrest says the process also reduces the need for multiple on-site inspections.
Plumbing's in, electrical fixtures are in, tested within the factory. We're QAI inspected.
Okay, cool. So they pre-install literally everything, and they just have to plug it into the facility. That's pretty interesting.
Within our factory, therefore, there's less inspections on site, less mandated inspections by the municipality, depending what city you're in.
This project has been in the works for more than a year.
Yeah, I know that prefab homes exist. I've never heard of prefabricated apartment complexes. I didn't know we'd advanced this far.
With plans to replicate the model across the city.
Ottawa zoning allows potential intensification of 8-unit buildings all over the city. And
yeah, it's less cutting corners and more setting up a factory model of production for housing, which has typically been difficult to do, obviously.
This is a great way to get it done fast.
Dave Charbonneau, CTV News.
Okay. All right, so maybe Steyer's onto something here.
Mr. Becerra, yesterday you released a comprehensive housing plan. You say in it that it costs too much to build a home in California. You also say in it that you want more union labor in home building and higher wage standards. For Democrats, there's a pretty wrenching trade-off here. An analysis from the Turner Center found that those kinds of standards, notably paying prevailing wage, increase the cost per unit of housing by about $94,000. How do you both cut the cost of housing and increase the wages behind it at the same time?
Well, I think the legislature and Assemblymember Wicks took the first measures that we need to get us to that point where we can do is make sure that we're building with men and women who are skilled, and we're doing it at a price that we can afford. And so, as we've seen, if you do infill housing and you make sure that if you have housing units that will be up to a certain height, up to usually about 8 stories, if you're going to do that, then you have the right to be able, as a developer, to try to get the labor that you need and try to negotiate a good price. If you go beyond that, you're talking about major construction, prevailing wage will be the standard. I think that's a good approach. And then what we do is provide to those that are in the lower height housing the opportunity to go.
No, the conservatives didn't show up to this housing forum, oddly enough.
Out and do private actions if you find that there are violations of labor laws. But I will tell you this, we should not believe that we have to build homes by making it so it's impossible for the carpenter who builds a home to never be able to afford to buy it. I'm going to make sure that those workers who are building those homes can actually think about buying those homes themselves. And all it takes is for us to work together to make sure we are dropping costs. It's far more than just labor. There are a lot of things that are involved here, and we would tackle those.
So I take that point.
Yeah, he's definitely just like, the market will provide.
Tell me then about how you balance the cost, because what you are describing here, if you begin paying prevailing wage, you begin paying higher wages, you do increase the cost structure. We all want to see higher wages. I take your point very much. The people who build a home should be able to buy a home. There's nothing to disagree with in that. But you have to cut the cost of construction somewhere. You got financing, you've got labor, you've got materials. If you are increasing a cost driver, what are you decreasing, and by how much?
And that's why I liked Steyer's answer, because he approached it from multiple angles, right? Cutting the cost of manufacturing and cutting the costs of financing. I think it was a pretty decent answer in a way that I think could potentially work. I'm willing to give it a shot, of course.
We could get rid of the Trump taxes, the tariffs that are now being found illegal. That would help us reduce the cost of building materials. If we could stop going to war in foreign
But the cost of construction in California was high before Donald Trump.
It was high, but not as high as it is now. And we can lower those costs. Transportation of building materials is very expensive. And so let's not disregard that we need Washington, D.C. to be helping us. But to your point, and remember, again, labor costs for most homes that are going to be built will not be based on simply the highest rates that you have in the large mega projects. The legislation that was passed by Assemblymember Wicks provided different ways to do this, which would make the labor cost affordable for developers. We also have to deal with financing. We have to have a stable source of financing. We can't just do it one time. I think the measure that...
Yeah, a lot of his answer seems to genuinely just be like, I don't know, so, we things that are all out of my control are what will determine the prices. And it's like, well, okay, but what will you do if you're governor of one of the largest economies in the world? I feel like there's maybe something you could do about this.
Assemblymember Wicks is going to try to put on the ballot is good. I think the measure that former Assembly...
Yeah, Megan Fox's giant boobs. Excellent suggestion. Make the rich pay for it. It's not difficult. Right? Like, that was Tom Steyer's answer. Close loopholes and pay for it with the loopholes. Pay for it with the billions of dollars that you tax from rich assholes.
That measure is, just for people not following.
$10 billion.
Yeah, also,
$1 billion, excuse me.
Lowering it to pre-Trump levels is an awful pitch because housing was terrible before Trump, too.
of bonding financing so that you can start building affordable housing. The 40,000 units that Tom mentioned that are ready to go, except the financing, that $10 billion would be readily available to get those shovel-ready projects up and running, which helps give confidence to the California families that are looking to get into a place.
But what is bringing the cost of construction down here? I'm hearing new bond programs, but the cost of construction is too high. That's what your plan says. What brings it down?
So one, you go after the red tape. So we try to streamline, and again, the legislation that the legislature passed over this last year helps reduce.
What's interesting to see happen here is that Ezra Klein is the guy who literally wrote the book on abundance, and this guy's entire political position is essentially abundance. That is all he has going for him here. And his answer to bring down prices is literally, let's just slash the bureaucratic red tape, the regulations. Just you don't need as many regulations for things like housing. It's okay if people breathe in smog. It's all good.
Some of the red tape that you have at the state level, we have to tack it at the local level because of the high fees that are imposed. You have to also make sure that they aren't trying to use their ordinances to try to prevent us from being able to build. Remember that most housing that's built today is reserved for single-family homes. Very little construction is done with apartments and condominiums. Very little to buy other than single-family homes. We're never going to reach the number we need if we continue to only build single-family homes. And that's why the legislation that allows us to really build out, do the infill, where we know we have transportation, will give us an opportunity to increase greater amounts of housing at affordable rates for people who need to either buy or rent. And I think that if we do that and come up with a stable source of funding into the future, so it's not just a one-time housing bond that people can count on, developers will begin to have confidence that we are looking to give them a predictable means of being able to finance these projects and have them pencil out.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Ms. Porter, you've often said on the trail here that time is money, something I hear from developers too. The RAND study I mentioned found that it takes about 27 months to complete a multifamily housing project in Texas, 37 months to complete it in Colorado, and 49 months in California. Why does it take so long here, and what would you do about it?
So first, I love that you're talking about this RAND study, because this is the second time that we've had a housing event where we were asked essentially what makes construction costs higher. And I think some people still haven't read the study, because what the study, I have read the study, what the study and we got asked about it before and nobody read it, and it doesn't seem like they have since. The study is very, very clear that the speed is the driver. Now, that's not to say there aren't a lot of things that were mentioned that contribute to the speed, but if we could be 22 months faster, which is what Colorado does, which does care about the environment and does have good worker standards, then the estimates are we could take 10 or even 20% off the price, and that was market rate. So yes, we need more housing, but we also need more housing is a tool to less expensive housing. And so I think it's really important to think about all the different tools in your toolkit. I strongly support the pending legislation that would create one uniform statewide permit, making it easier for everyone to have the same permit, easier for the state to monitor those denials. I also think it's a really good idea to limit how many sort of last-second add-ons can come. So I think right now you ought to have to, if you're a city and you get a permit, you should have 30 days. That's the proposal in the legislature. You could argue it could be 45 or 60 to say this is what the fees are going to be. This is your contribution for sewer. This is your contribution for school. And then you cannot do what we see now, which is just a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, which is a little bit more delay and then a little bit more cost until pretty soon the project is unaffordable. So those are just a couple of ideas. I also do think there are innovations in architectural design, particularly for multifamily, that could be really helpful, especially smaller multifamily, where we're seeing things that are 4 units have to apply the same standards essentially as something that's 400 units. So that also adds to the time unnecessarily without providing much benefit of those smaller unit projects, which we need a lot of. Yes, we need all of the big units too, but we've got a lot of different geographies in California. They're going to solve this problem different ways, but they all need to do it much faster because time is money.
There's a difficult irony you see, not only in that study, but it comes up again and again in my own housing reporting. There is no form of housing the Democrats feel more strongly about, support more unanimously than affordable housing. Affordable housing costs more to construct per square foot than market rate housing does. When you look at that same study that we are hyping up here on the stage, what you see is that it costs about it costs twice as much to construct a square foot of market rate housing in California and Texas, 4 times as much to do a square foot of affordable housing as market rate housing in Texas. Now that affordable housing is being built partly on the public dime. Why is it so much more expensive here to do affordable housing than market rate?
Yep.
What do you do about it?
This is not a surprise because look, affordable housing projects face more delays. They face more obstacles. They face more community resistance. They face more restrictions on zoning. People don't necessarily want them in a lot of our communities. And so the other piece of this is that land becomes more expensive every time you have uncertainty about whether something is going to happen. The costs go up. The other issue is that affordable housing developers are piecing together financing from 7 different pools of money that are all designed to make a contribution. And you just assume get the 7th thing and you're ready to go, and then the 7th one expires or you lose that funding or someone changes the term of a program. So one consolidated bigger pot of money, which is more similar to what market rate's using, right? They're going to Wall Street, they're getting the money and they're using it. One consolidated pot of money would help. The other thing is the state should be putting land up for affordable housing. That is one of the major factors. It's one of the hardest ones to solve. You can actually solve labor by not going backwards on housing in labor policy, which the other candidates both have. I think we ought to be trying to drive down the cost of construction, but the land is a tricky piece. The state should contribute land for affordable housing.
When you say the other candidates are going backwards on labor, what do you mean?
So
I am interested. I don't necessarily disagree with the idea that the state should put forward land for affordable housing, but I guess my position on that would be, if the state is putting forward land for affordable housing, then maybe the state should just build the housing itself, right? Like, instead of contracting with a private company to build affordable housing, if the state is already providing the land, then the state could also just provide the money to build the affordable housing and manage it themselves. Like, it kind of seems...
Why don't they cite
Yeah.
examples of how other countries have addressed their affordable housing issues?
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, Depraved Ambiance correctly identifies what I just put forward as the Vienna model. And, like, other countries do this already. And, like, it seems like Katie Porter is, like, 90% of the way there, but is missing a pretty critical 10% that would actually make way more sense. It'd be way more cost effective for the state to just do this entirely themselves. It would create jobs that are sustainable, and like, then there wouldn't be like this middleman taking profits off of the taxpayer dime, and then you could just manage it with public oversight. It just seems like that's the obvious solution here, rather than having a private corporation come in and like needing all this other like how to navigate the private equity or whatever. It just kind of seems like, if you're already talking about consolidating one pot of money from the state and having the state provide land, then just have the state construct the low-income housing. Please tell me she doesn't support Trump. Me? Absolutely not. Katie Porter? I don't think so.
I have said that I do not think today or now is the time to do prevailing wage in residential. And when we were in front of the Labor Fed, I was the only candidate. I don't believe you were in front of the Labor Fed, so I just want to make it clear. But those of us who were in front of the Labor Fed, I was the only one who said, I'm not doing skilled and trained in full today for residential housing because it's going to drive up the cost. And I took the heat from Labor. I stood up to Labor. And Lorena Gonzalez got, it was right there. And I am not scared of anybody because I've got 3 teenagers that I do not want living on my couch. And you all seem very lovely, but I don't want you living on my couch or a street corner or in someone's attic. I want you to all have housing where you can flourish. And so you cannot, there is a pathway to keep building that workforce. There is a big need, a huge need to enforce labor violations and abusive labor practices, which unions have often been very helpful at doing. You could also do that through actually having government oversight of wage violations and workforce violations, and that would be my approach.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Mayor Mahan, San Jose has been able to approve over 20,000 new homes for construction, most of which did not get built because economics didn't work out. What could Sacramento do to get those 20,000 homes built?
Well, thanks for doing this, Ezra. There's no more important issue. Just want to say good evening to everyone. It's great to be in Oakland. Thank you all for coming out and being pro-housing. This issue is very personal for me. I grew up in a house remembering my parents argue about how we were going to pay the mortgage, and we were lucky to have a mortgage. My sisters have since moved out of state because they couldn't.
Yeah, that's that also struck me. Like, you don't want your kids living on your couch. Like, I mean, obviously you don't want them living on your couch, but like, couldn't they just sleep in the bedrooms that they have at your house? Like, I don't know. So it was a weird thing to say. Maybe it's meant to appeal to like the general electorate, but like, it strikes me as weird.
For the cost of living here. So you asked about the state, and first let me, as I come around to what we can do across the board, let me just share what we've done in San Jose, because I came into this problem of we've approved 22,000 homes, and they're not getting built. So we're saying yes, and we're celebrating the beautiful rendering, and it's in the paper, and everybody's excited except the neighbors who say we don't want it, and it doesn't matter because we don't break ground. And if you look at the RAND study, its time and its fees are the 2 big levers we have control over, and the state can impose upon cities some standards and requirements and caps that can hold us accountable. Now, we didn't wait for that in San Jose. In the last 2 years, we have moved our multifamily housing approvals in our downtown, all of our planned growth areas, along all of our transit corridors, to what's called a ministerial approval. I mean, it's essentially by right. Doesn't go to the planning commission, doesn't come to the city council. It's just a weekly hearing in the planning department, and you get told to go. It actually exempts CEQA. So you're building by right if you conform with what we've zoned, and we've zoned for dense multifamily housing in these areas. We have dramatically reduced the timeline for building. So I am deep in this right now as a mayor of a big city. We just had a 560-unit project get approved in no time. Came in, got the approval, they're ready to go. So that's speed. Now the state can impose those standards and set deadlines and use its ability to basically impose effectively a builder's remedy by right and say, if you don't meet these turnaround times, city or county, the developer is going to, by law, have the right to build a conforming project. On fees, we have accumulated, I mean, I can tell you in my city, over 10 pages worth of fees that look good on paper. It's to mitigate every imaginable, it's traffic and park fees and affordable housing fees, and they all sound good. On their own, they're all justifiable and they're well-intended, but you stack them up and they're adding 10 to 20% to the cost of housing. We had a really tough conversation on our city council. I came to our council and said, we've got to cut the one-time fees in order to get the housing in the ground. And the good news is, if we build the housing, we make up the revenue over time. We have more property taxes, more sales taxes, more workers.
Okay, but aren't the fees designed to prevent the developers from cutting corners? Like, I would assume that the 10 pages of fees that you're talking about are directly to make sure that they're not cutting corners and they're not like building spaces that are unsafe for human habitation, right? Especially considering their apartment complexes.
More jobs, more dynamism. We eventually in the long run are better off. But it's a tough trade-off to make because you get yelled at by the park advocates, by the affordable housing advocates, by every other advocate you can imagine. We had a council member literally lose his seat not long ago in San Jose, and our last mayor lose his council majority over a fee reduction because it was framed as a giveaway to developers.
Oh, the fees are to support the infrastructure of the neighborhood around the building? Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. And all of which just seems to kind of empower Tom Steyer's position on all of this.
But there's still a number of big projects that have not been able to go forward because the economics aren't working for you.
So
what could you do as governor to make it work for cities like San Jose?
So to finish the point, Ezra, we cut the fees by over 2/3, and 2,000 homes got under construction last year. Another 2,000 are securing financing as we speak and will break ground. And what the state can do is cap local fees. A lot of these fees are...
Yeah, Punky Gal, exactly, which is what Tom Steyer was bringing up. Tom Steyer was basically, we're going to close a loophole, make landlords pay their fair share, and then we'll have this pot of money that we can use to make sure that any apartment complex is, it comes along with a good chunk of money to pay for the resulting expenses to the neighborhood.
Not really fees. We allow these bogus nexus studies that employ a cottage industry of consultants, no offense to any of the consultants in the room, that the nexus is pretty loose. Nobody's getting $65,000 worth of value out of the neighborhood park. I'm sorry, I love our parks, but I think what we ought to do is cap fees at a much lower level, a top-down policy, and require that a city that wants to impose a higher fee actually produce to the state a feasibility study that shows that the project can still pencil. Because this is the problem. We don't control interest rates, we don't control the cost of timber, but timelines at the local level and all these fees are completely levers within our control, and we've made excuses for far too long, and it's blocked tens of thousands of units in our cities.
Thank you, Mr. Mahan. Mr. Villaraigosa, your campaign site defends Prop 13, California's cap on property taxes. You talk about holding the line on property taxes. Prop 13 pushes cities to raise fees on new housing because they aren't collecting enough in property taxes to pay the bills. It pushes them to prefer retail and commercial building over residential building. It pushes against homeowner selling because it sells to lose what is effectively a tax break. I know Prop 13 is popular. It's easy for me to sit here and talk about it. But you say you're willing to do the unpopular things to fix the housing crisis. Why isn't Prop 13 reform one of them?
First of all, I didn't vote for Prop 13. I'm on record opposing Prop 13 since 1978. Look it up.
Am I misreading your campaign site?
Well, I do believe that we need to hold property taxes down, but let me explain.
Not a good look for you, my guy. I've been against it the whole time, since the 70s. What about your campaign website now? Well, hold on there, you young whippersnapper. Jumping the gun a little bit on this one.
First of all, Tom Steyer is right. What he was talking about is called the fiscalization of land use. And because of Prop 13, we have a situation where we reward a small mall, strip mall, more than we would housing. So many cities push back against it. So with respect I'm saying with the laws we have today, hold the line on property taxes, but I think we need to fix the whole broken tax system along the lines of Think Long. Think Long has said that what we have today, when we passed Prop 13, commercial properties were paying 60% of the freight. Homeowners were paying 40%. Now it's the other way around. Property can't move. People can. It's why I've opposed the billionaire tax, because I said they're just going to leave. But I do believe we need to fix Prop 13, but fix the whole broken...
Honestly, if they do leave, good. Good riddance. Get ye gone.
In tax system. But within the laws that we have today, Ezra, yes, hold the line on property taxes.
So walk me through how you would fix that tax system.
Well, beg pardon?
Walk me through how you would fix that tax system.
How do we fix it?
Yeah, you're saying you want to do it more comprehensively than Prop 13 reform.
We need to fix Prop 13. I just told you we went from 60% commercial to now 40%. Sorry. We said back then homeowners were paying 40%,
Commercial was paying 60%, now it's the other way around. We got to change that. That's one. Two, I do believe that we have to address the fact that people that bought a home before 1978 don't have to pay the same taxes that people who buy a house today do. And that's not fair either. We want to keep those costs down, but we have to address the fact that my generation was benefited by the greatest generation that made sacrifices so we could buy a home. And by the way, I bought a home at 25 years old. I was working on a nonprofit. Today, young families can't buy that because the average down payment is $140,000 to $160,000. But fixing the broken tax.
I worked at a nonprofit for 8 years. I had no ability to buy a home by the time I was done working there. Like, come on, my guy. Like, you are absolutely correct that, like, people aren't able to buy homes, but, like, man, you were working a long time ago.
System, we got to address the fact that we don't have a service tax. Most states do. We got to fix the upper income tax. Those people are leaving, and we've got to address the fact that we over-rely. I'm the only person on this stage that's actually been the Speaker of the California State Assembly. I had to balance 2 budgets with a surplus, and I did, both times. The fact is, we can do that.
Bet you get decent benefits, though. I mean, I didn't, because I was a contractor.
In times of, good times. In bad times, we can't, because the people at the top are paying the vast majority of the taxes. So Think Long has put a proposal to spread them across the economy so that we're not over-relying on the upper income tax, so that we can tax more and incentivize cities to build housing, not strip malls.
Right. So it sounds like you want to move the line on property taxes. You think the system is not working as it currently stands.
The system's not working, yes.
And how then does that give you some movement on fees, right? We've heard a couple of the candidates on stage talk about the various fees that are layered on in part because of the way property taxes work. How do you approach those?
When Matt and I are on the stage, we tend to agree a lot because he's right. Impact fees are killing us. About 150.
Can you describe what impact fees are for people who are?
There are all kinds of fees. He mentioned it. Parking fees, all the fees that every group says, all good things, by the way. In your book, the essence of your book is that Democrats don't build anymore because we're looking for perfect. And perfect doesn't exist. That's what happened.
God. Like, 3 of the people on stage right now are absolutely 10,000% on board with abundance, and it's so painfully obvious.
When you have the kind of experience that 2 of us do. At the end of the day, I built more market rate, workforce, affordable, and homeless housing in 8 years in the middle of a recession than they did in the 12 years before me. The downtown skyline went from 20,000 people to 60,000. I'm the first person in the United States of America, mayor, to do transit-oriented development districts, so that we're building housing along transit districts. So what Buffy Wicks and Bob Hertzberger here are doing, these are the things that we need to do to drive down costs, to build housing, and to make sure that young people can buy a home again.
Thank you, Mr. Villaraigosa. I want to talk a bit about one of the difficult fights that a lot of housing projects have run into, which is the conflict with cities and counties. And Mr. Becerra, you were State Attorney General when California began suing cities over housing. You sued Huntington Beach. You led the San Mateo case that expanded the Housing Accountability Act's zone of authority. Governor Newsom has now threatened lawsuits against 15 more cities and counties for dragging their feet or opposing state housing law. Do these lawsuits work to build more housing? I mean, Huntington Beach, it's been just years of legal wrangling, not new build. And if they don't, what enforcement tools would you want to use or create as governor to align cities with the state?
Ezra, you have to use every tool you have, and certainly litigation is one. You hate to have to go there. You would hope that you would have cooperation between state and local government. Local governments have, for any number of reasons, decided they want to be able to control what happens when it comes to housing in their jurisdiction. And they do have tools, zoning laws. We talk about these fees that they try to collect to help them with infrastructure. But what I would say is we have to have an agreement, a state-local government agreement, that there has to be a clear path on what
trying
the
to
state of California will do when it comes to
out-abundance
housing.
each other.
Every local government must then fall in place to make sure they're doing their fair share. The lawsuit against Huntington Beach was because Huntington Beach had its own housing element plan. It itself had made it clear that they needed to build several hundred units of new housing, and then they reneged. And so when we sued them, we said, it's in your own plan, you're just not willing to do it. The reason we won is because they were violating the law. The case against San Mateo County was simply to make it clear that the state has a role when it comes to housing, because while we all are Californians and we're Angelinos or Oaklanders or whatever else, we all have to be able to live and work and survive in California. So the state of California has a role to play. I defended the law that said that every jurisdiction is accountable to meet its housing responsibility, and we prevailed in court and found that that law was constitutional, which set the foundation for us to now be able to push and see the legislation that has now become law that's going to let us build more.
But has that law given access to the kinds of penalties that are needed to make it work? I mean, the Huntington Beach case is interesting because the state and Huntington Beach have gone back and forth. There was elections in Huntington Beach that led to more opposition, and to my knowledge, it has not led to the housing being built. That there is some absence of sanction that is sufficient to make the cities that don't want to do it agree with the state.
Two issues, Ezra, and this I say as the former chief and law enforcement officer for the state of California. The difficulty with enforcement is sometimes the penalties, the fines, are never enough. It's almost a cost of doing business to violate the law. You're willing to pay the cost of the...
That's true. Okay. This is the first thing he said that I'm actually kind of like, okay.
fines to not have to go in that direction. The second problem is, of course, it takes forever. And so I take, when I've been Attorney General or when I was Secretary of Health and Human Services on the healthcare side, the approach I took when there's a law in place that requires you to do something, I would first give you leash. I'd say, I'm going to give you incentives to do what you're supposed to do under the law. At some point, though, those incentives go down, and at some point we cross over, and now it becomes penalties. And the penalties grow the longer it takes you to conform to what the law says you have to do. Incent them to come forward, and if they don't, then start penalizing them for not coming forward.
Let me pick up on the incentives. One of the lines I thought was interesting in your plan is, quote, we will use a carrot approach as well. Cities meeting their obligations should be first in line for state resources. Which state resources? Well, we do have some funding that would be available right now in existing housing and community development agency funding, but it's running out. We do need to have a funding source. The initiatives that are on the ballot to create bonding authority would help us have some of that funding that we would need, but we would have to certainly make sure we're generating the source of funding. The legislature does provide the state with some money. It's not nearly enough, but there is an opportunity to make it clear. The funding that the state has will first and foremost be allocated to those who are conforming to their state law obligations. Those.
He said the one thing that I liked hearing, but then didn't really elaborate on it at all, other than, well, I guess over time we'd have more and more fees, and I'm just kind of like, you already pointed out what the problem with that is, actually. So I'm less impressed.
Who aren't, the money that you could have gotten is going to those who are actually fulfilling their housing requirements.
And let me pick up the question from the other side. So you have cities, and again, I'll use Sunny Beach's example, say, we don't want to do this. The representatives you're dealing with there are elected on a platform of not doing this. Why is it the state's prerogative to tell them what to do?
Well, the same reason kids have to eat their broccoli. I mean, we all have to live by rules. I guarantee you, everyone would love to be able to cross through an intersection and not have to worry about the red light, but we have rules.
I live in New York. Nobody worries about the red light.
Thank God this is California. See, we're not. Look, we're a society that believes that we must, and we teach our kids to follow rules. And if you're a city and you see the housing crisis and you're not following the rules, then get ready, because I'm going to enforce. I will use the powers of the state, working with the Attorney General, working with our housing and community development agencies, and working with those who are willing to push the envelope to say, I'm going to give you a reason to do this building. I'm going to give you an incentive. I'll put you in the front of the line. But at some point, you're going to pay the price, because we need to build.
Mayor Mahan, building on that, we do see repeatedly this dynamic where big housing bills passed in Sacramento and cities.
I can't get over it. Every single time I hear him say it, I think I've misheard it. But the fact that he keeps getting called Mayor Mayhem is wild to me. Like, it feels like I fell into an alternate universe. Like, this guy's name is Mayor Mayhem, and he's like one bad day away from becoming like a masked vigilante, like arch nemesis,
Counties find ways to delay or evade them. You're a mayor right now, you're also running for governor. How would you handle this tension between local control and state goals differently than Governor Newsom has?
Well, I think Governor Newsom has been a champion for housing, and while he and I have disagreed publicly on some other policy areas, I think he's been bolder.
Man, there's no quicker way to get me to dislike you than to like talk in positive terms about Gavin Newsom
on housing than other past governors we've had, and I give him a lot of credit for that. I mean, my philosophy is that we should use our housing element process and the RHNA targets to tell cities and counties what is expected of them, the policies, the programs, and the zoning, and the space they need to create for housing and the ability to approve it quickly. I talked about capping fees, and we should give local control up to the point where they lose the privilege of having that local control. I can tell you from experience, we were on the receiving end of this. We had a number of critiques of a housing element that started under my predecessor and then around the time I came into office.
Can you describe what a housing element is?
This is a policy document that we as a city and counties as well have to submit to the state to basically show that we have zoned to create room for new housing and that we have programs and policies at the local level that will in fact enable that housing to get built. And we had some critiques of our plan, and it was a slow back and forth, a slow process for getting it passed. And like many other cities in the state, we did not meet one of the deadlines for approval, and the state has an accountability.
This is one of the DNC's trademarked Beto O'Rourke clones.
Mechanism that I would suggest is much more effective. It's not fun to be on the receiving end of it, but is much more effective than lawsuits, which is what's called builder's remedy. And I think that a lawsuit should be the last resort here. I feel very strongly that our next governor cannot bring a lawyer's mindset to this problem. It is a market failure. It is a process failure. It's the cost stack. It's the efficiency. It's innovation like modular. But in this case, when cities...
Oh yeah, no, the I've Had It girls, they are not on board with Gavin Newsom. They would chew him out to his face.
fail to meet permitting deadlines, when they try to use fees and local building codes to block housing, when they don't deliver on actually enabling housing to get built, I think the state should override and create by right mechanisms for developers to move ahead projects whether or not the city likes it. I think that's an accountability mechanism that's more effective, frankly, because what we see with these lawsuits is they drag on for years, they get appealed, and eventually maybe the court tells the locality, go back and update your policies, update your general plan, update your housing element or whatever it is. And we're not actually seeing housing get built. Huntington Beach is not building more housing, to your point. San Diego, I think, was sued, I think, when Mr. Becerra was the AG, and one of the projects with 2,000 units still hasn't gotten built. So I think the legal path is not particularly effective if we actually want to build housing.
Let me ask you about the other side of this question, which is persuasion.
I do have to be honest, I think the only person who actually gave an overarching answer that made sense to me and didn't need all this caveating was Tom Steyer. And like, I wasn't super impressed with this particular answer, but given that in the previous like debate night, he came out and talked about, you know, housing first policies, I do think he's the closest to correct on this issue. The Taffy Bot, thank you very much for being a member. Appreciate you.
And the relationship between the state and the cities. Obviously, it is better if there is alignment rather than if you have to go to builders' remedies or litigation. So do you think there are ways to bring cities along? I mean, do you think you're obviously a very pro-housing mayor, but you presumably know other mayors and you have seen these fights up close. Are there things the governor could do or things that you would do as governor that you think could lead to more cohesion between the state goals and...
Is Riverboat Jack slowly becoming a Steyer stan? Well, we watched the debate the other day and he was the only person on stage willing to tax billionaires, and that was pretty cool. And I gotta be honest, that out of everything won me over. You know, like, tax billionaires. I know that the wording is like, hey, let's the issue with this is it will only tax billionaires one time. And like, I'm kind of in the camp of like, well, yeah, but then you pass additional taxes on billionaires. Like, you just do both. Has Steyer even spoken yet here? Yeah, he spoke at the very beginning, but he hasn't been able to speak again yet. I'm wondering, you know what? I want to skip ahead to when he gets to talk next. Let's do that.
Within the housing department to make sure they're meeting not just their housing element, but actually building the housing that they say that's in that element.
Thank you, Mr. Villaraigosa. Mr. Steyer, I've broadly been asking questions in this section about how to manage opposition coming from parts of the system, and California is a very complex system the governor does not control. Of all the candidates on stage, you have the least experience dealing with California's many, many layers of government, overlapping authorities, stakeholders. You've never held public office before. It's a very relationship-based system.
Well, it only taxes them once argument, it just kind of completely precludes the possibility that you could also go ahead and tax them again. Like, they're billionaires. They'll be okay if you tax them multiple times.
Many people I've talked to who like your ideas are worried you'll get overwhelmed by the system. It overwhelms even people who know it very well. What's your answer to them?
Well, I have two things to say. One, Ezra, you should know this.
You
should know that for the last 11 years, we've had 20 people in Sacramento working on legislation and being part of this system for the whole time to trying to put together coalitions and work for progressive policies. Second of all, I've run 3 ballot initiatives in the state of California, all of which have required a coalition of legislators, of unions, of interest groups, including many times chambers of commerce, including in the case of getting a tobacco tax, getting the people in the medical associations. But let me say this too. Listening on this stage, we're talking a lot about how we're going to incent cities and counties. You're talking about, in my mind, 2 different things. One is, how are we going to organize the agencies within the state government? How are we going to relate to the cities and counties around the state of California? And those are 2 separate questions. The first one, the governor's step of bringing all of the housing into one place, is a good first step, but not nearly enough, because a large part about the problems in timing and cost of housing have to do with multiple overlapping agencies who have different goals and conflicting goals. So that is a good first step. But in terms of the cities and counties, there's been a sense on this stage that they're doing something wrong, that it's basically NIMBYism. They don't want to do it, and therefore they obstruct. And what I was trying to say the first time is this. There is an element of that, of course. But there's also the element that they can't afford to do this, that they're getting every housing development is an unfunded mandate. And I'm the only person on the stage who's saying, I'll pass a proposition to bring over $20 billion to the cities and counties so it's no longer an unfunded mandate. And to a large extent, when you're asking how do you get along with people, a lot of it is about relationships. And I'm sure that we would have in my administration, and I have particular people in mind who have long relationships here and would be part of what I would think of an office of intergovernmental affairs. But the other question is this. When you talk about carrots and sticks, you got to have some carrots. And I'm talking about $22 billion worth of carrots.
So do you think?
I mean, I gotta be honest, like, it makes sense to me. Like, he's out here being like, look, you gotta cut down, like, the both the formal and informal barriers for why housing isn't getting built, right? And one of the formal barriers is financing and like covering these fees and like being able to integrate the buildings into the communities they're being built in, right? And that involves bringing down costs. It involves, and he's like in favor of this modular building program. I don't know much about modular building, but if it really does bring down costs, that'd be pretty interesting. I'd have to look more into that. But also, he's talking about taxing the wealthy in order to give towns and cities and neighborhoods funds so that, like, these buildings aren't a burden on the community as they have been seen up until this point, right? And he is right that NIMBYism is a problem, but I think it becomes less of a problem when there are financial upsides to it, right? Like, the reason people get really NIMBY about it is because they're worried and self-interested. They're worried about like the value of their property going down. They're worried about, a slew of problems arising, right? And what helps a lot of those problems is fully funding the the system that integrates new folks into the community, that integrates the building into the wider tapestry of the community. Like, it just seems to me that like his ideas make sense, or at least willing to try, or willing to. I'm willing to see them tried.
On that carrot. So something
carrot?
like that, huh?
On that carrot?
On that carrot. There's a very similar proposal on the ballot a few years ago. It failed. $22 billion is also higher than most estimates of how much money that would bring in. So if you put this property reform, or the closing of what you call the Trump tax loophole, on the ballot, and you support it, and as often happens with well-meaning ballot measures to increase taxes, it fails, then what happens to the rest of the plans when the money isn't there?
So let me say this, Ezra. As you know, because if you've done your research, I've done this 3 times, and 3 times people have asked me questions where this was a much tougher proposition than the one that is split roll.
You mean ballot measures?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've done it. When you think about ballot measures, it's a question of, is there funded opposition? And I've done it against oil companies. There is funded opposition as you're ever going to get. And people told me we were crazy to do it, and we got 70% of the vote. We did it the tobacco companies, where the legislature had failed for 20 years to do it, and we got over 60% of the vote. And we also beat the out-of-state companies who weren't paying fair state income tax. So in answer to your question, I've done it 3 times in the state of California and 1. I've done it 3 times outside the state of California and 1. I look at this and I say, this is a question is, can we convince the people of California that this is something necessary, that the money is absolutely necessary, and that it's just? And in both of these cases, I believe that to be true, and I'm overwhelmingly confident that we can do it. Because the truth of the matter is, what everybody's talking about here, when we're talking about doing redevelopment, which is what Matt said, which I think is a good idea, that's $1 billion a year, not enough. We're talking about we need to build a lot of houses, and we need the cities and counties to come along with us. Basically, we need to fund them to be able to do it. And then you're asking, what's your stick? And Javier was saying, well, we can sue them. And he did say it was last resort. But the truth of the matter is, that doesn't get it done in the time frame. Money is actually how we're going to get this done. Because the answer is going to be, you do it, you get the money. You don't do it, you don't get the money. You do more than your share, you get more than your share. This is we need the ability. You're talking about relationship, I'm talking about incentive. How do we actually incent people? Everyone's assuming these guys are doing something wrong, and there is NIMBYism. But the truth is, when I've talked to mayors, they've said, I don't want to do this because I can't afford to do this, and if you bring the money, I'll be behind you all the way.
Ms. Porter, you and I both live a couple of blocks.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of what it boils down to, right? Like, there needs to be financial support for new multi-unit housing. Like, that has to be a thing. I guess where I am coming at it from is that I think that what we need is to both bring down costs of construction and all that jazz, of course, make it easier for communities to accept these developments. But also, it kind of seems like we should just take out the middlemen, create a jobs program for people to work directly for the California government so that they can come in and build housing for that is owned by the California government and can then be used as affordable housing, if you're already going to fund it, if you're already going to be doing a bunch of different moves to try and facilitate this happening, enter the building market specifically for affordable housing instead of trying to figure out different ways you can subsidize companies that are operating on razor thin margins to build apartment complexes. Like, I know that historically there have been downsides here, but like the housing got built. It is just a matter of continuing to fund the maintenance of said housing, which is what did not happen in the past when the government stepped in and built affordable housing. It doesn't seem that complicated to me.
Away from each other in Irvine, California.
Like just look at the Vienna model, copy that, rinse, repeat.
Irvine's an unusual city. A master plan community. The Irvine Company assembled the land in the 19th century and held it and then shaped it in this way that would be almost impossible today. And I say almost because somebody's trying to do something similar right now, which is a California Forever project. This tech billionaire backed effort to build a new master plan city of 400,000 in Solano County, on land assembled somewhat like Irvine was. There's been a lot of local opposition. The way that land was acquired was sort of unusual and secretive. I have two questions for you here. As governor, what would you think of California Forever? What would be your relationship to that project? And more broadly, what do you think of the kind of master planning projects that led to Irvine?
Yeah, so I've actually asked to meet with the California Forever people because the first thing is you got to listen, you got to find out, you got to dig in the details, you got to read the study, you got to ask the hard questions, right? And I think they might be scared I'm bringing a whiteboard, and so they keep not responding. But I'm really coming in a place of wanting to understand it. So look, I think some of that is NIMBYism, and I would just say to those on the stage who don't think there's very much NIMBYism, I invite you to visit Huntington Beach for yourself. Because I used to represent Huntington Beach, and a lot of those cities in Orange County, as you know, are very anti-housing. Now, Irvine, interestingly, is not one of them. They are still building. We are adding people from when you live there to when I live there. The population has doubled or tripled, and that is because they control enough of the factors that they don't get gobsmacked with all of these additive things. And so there is something to having that kind of like bigger reach around all of the factors. But let me give you another.
I gotta be honest. I am increasingly baffled by what Katie Porter is doing. Like, she was genuinely considered like a progressive darling. And in this race for governor, she's like pissed a lot of it away. And I'm just confused as to why.
Another example of where this doesn't work, and this is where I thought you were going with California Forever, which is Tejon Ranch. Now, this is a really interesting, are you familiar? This is a really interesting example. This was like one of the largest, I think it's still today, the largest contiguous private landholding in California. Pretty amazing. And it's outside of Los Angeles. They have been trying to develop, and I went and I visited and I saw it, they have been trying to develop housing there, workforce-priced housing, for 30-some years. And they own the land. Like, there's not anybody to permit them, right? They just keep getting sued. They got sued on CEQA. They resolved 29 of the 33 objections. And then they went to court. And they lost on one of them. And do you know what happened? Back to zero on all 33 objections. So yes, there's something to sort of saying you can get your arms around it, but we have to do a lot of other tools. One thing I do think about master planning is that it can be a way to deal with some of that impact fees. Because Irvine, as you know, in any given strip mall in Irvine, if you're standing there and you've just walked into one store and you walk out and you think, shoot, I need to go get that other thing. Irvine Company, Big Brother, will have put that thing across the parking lot in the strip mall. It's like actually scary. And it's not for everybody. It is really not for everybody. But I think the fact that I live in and I'm raising my family in a very different model of housing and living in a place like Orange County, which has got everything from the worst NIMBY in the state to some of the fastest growing pro-housing cities in the state, is a really good perspective as governor. I mean, I said the other day to someone, well, they're like, well, you're not really from like a big thing in California, like, some people. And I said, well, Orange County is the 6th most populous county. And they said, in California? No, in the United States, people. San Diego County is the 5th most populous county in the United States, and they're making some progress on housing there. So
yeah, it's like she's trying to lean into the idea of like more conservative people being more fiscally conservative. Like, and it's just a weird tactic in this race.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Like, I think
like the whole whiteboard thing kind of plays into it. So I can kind of understand that angle that she would try and take it, but like it's still baffling to see. Was Katie Porter considered progressive because woman? No, Katie Porter was considered progressive because of her work with like consumer protections, right? So a lot of people thought that she was going to do a lot better, and she's just not. It's not because woman, though. Like, it's because whiteboard, owning corpo, scum in Congress, that kind of thing, got her a lot of goodwill. What is happening here, not so much.
Limits to what you can expect from master planning, but I do think innovation in housing is important. And at its core, if you take them at their word, which is where I would start, might not be where I'd end, but it's where I'd start the conversation with California Forever. What they're saying is, let us innovate. Let us show people what a different model of living and working and recreating can look like. And I think we need imagination about what housing could be, so that we're not just fighting about 40-story apartment buildings and single family. There are so many other permutations of housing. Long-term leases, which is something Europe has that we don't have, that I campaigned on this in my Senate race. I'm campaigning on it now. We need more housing innovation. And at its heart, that's what I think some of these projects offer.
We're going to take a quick commercial break now. We'll be right back.
Ay, ay, ay. I just... I'm baffled hearing her address this attempt by billionaires to build like a network city. It's like exactly what Balaji Srinivasan was talking about when he wrote The Network State. Like it is the exact concept. It's a you're allowing billionaires to rebuild company towns just on the scale of cities. It's insane. I'm I'm genuinely baffled. What happened to Katie Porter? Probably donor money, frankly.
Hey, hold up. This is your minute. It's your minute, and this
I'm good. I'm good. We're good.
is your world to understand.
Back to housing. Mr. Becerra, as Secretary of HHS, you oversaw one of the federal agencies most directly involved in homelessness policy. The Biden administration largely embraced housing first as the dominant federal framework. California spent something like $24 billion on homelessness from 2018 to 2023, mostly within that framework. And the unsheltered population has continued to grow. What went wrong?
The Taffy Bot,
We
thank you
didn't
for
focus
giving
on
a
outcomes.
membership.
The accountability wasn't there. $24 billion
Very
was there, but the
appreciated.
outcomes didn't result. We didn't see that people were moved off the street fast enough. We didn't provide the services they needed.
I gotta be honest, I have lost interest in all of these other ghouls' answers. I just want to hear Tom Steyer. Like, honestly, hearing Katie Porter just, like, blink off being asked about a fucking network city, it pissed me off a lot.
At the end of the day, because taxpayers are paying for folks to be pulled off the street.
Mr. Steyer, you said the most compassionate thing we can do is revive the interim housing to get people where they want to be. It's not a new strategy, building interim housing from shelters to other approaches. And it tends to run into two problems. One is that communities often don't want it, and they fight it very, very hard, much harder than they fight a normal apartment building or something like that. Another is that many unsheltered people refuse to go into it. These are often very, very restrictive spaces. You can't bring your partner, you can bring your pets. So how do you solve those problems that have made interim housing not the answer that many people hoped it would be?
Well, let me take a step back, Ezra, because I agree with Javier that keeping people off the street is the first thing, because no one gets well on the street. The street itself, being homeless, is an incredibly stressful, vulnerable, and dangerous condition. And so when you think about the mental health issues of homeless people, only 1 in 7 people who becomes homeless has a mental health problem, but virtually everyone who stays on the street for a long time develops one. So I agree with what Javier was saying, which is we need to keep people off the street, because it is much cheaper, and he was talking about it from the standpoint of money, but it's also much cheaper.
Yes! Look this is where he's bringing up the housing first.
Cheaper from the standpoint of mental health.
Yes.
And so that is the first thing. The second thing that I've said is we need to get people off the street as fast as possible before the dangers and vulnerability on the street multiplies the problems that those people have when they originally become homeless. And the reason that I've said emergency interim housing, and I would dispute exactly how you characterized it, is this. The strategy that the state of California has right now is shelters and permanent assisted housing. People hate going into shelters because they actually think they're dangerous, they have no privacy, they're not allowed to bring their pets. And it's something many, many people on the street would prefer to be on the street than to be in a shelter. The difference about emergency interim housing is you actually have privacy. You have a room with a key. You are allowed to bring your pet. You don't have to be clean. There is shared food and laundry services, and there's wraparound services. And what I believe is true is that the majority, not 100% of the people on the street, are willing to go into emergency interim housing to the tune of somewhere around 70%. And so, in fact, when we look at the strategy we've had, which is shelters and permanent assisted housing, it has failed. And those permanent assisted housing, as you said, in terms of the cost of...
He is spitting so hard right now. Like, most out of touch corporate types in these races talk about the need for more shelter capacity. The fact that he's like, nah, people would rather be homeless than go into some of those places. That's true. And by the way, that's true in a lot of places in this country. It's not just true in California. It's true in a lot of different states. And he's absolutely spitting here.
Low-income housing, it costs somewhere between $750,000 and $1 million a key. So what I'm talking about is something that is much cheaper, much faster, that people like much, much more than the strategies that we're employing now. And in fact, deal with the biggest issue we have, which is being on the street itself is incredibly dangerous and causes multiple problems. So my actual goal is to keep people off the street, get people off the street, for their sake to be compassionate, and also because, look, SB 79, Buffy Wick's bill, which I strongly supported and continue to support, is about building densely around public transportation. For that to happen and for people to want to live there, we need safe, fun cities, walkable cities where kids can walk, and it's absolutely critical that they feel safe walking down that street, and that in fact, that's the kind of fun community Californians want.
Let me ask you about interim housing, not even as an emergency.
Also, can I just say it's fascinating to hear a politician say, in addition to safety, safe and fun communities. That's an interesting word that I've never heard a politician use when talking about the proposed effects of the legislation that they would like to pass, the policies they'd like to pass, you know? Like a recognition that it is more than just safety that people yearn for. People yearn for safe and fun communities that you can build a life in. That's actually really important. You know, especially when you're talking about communities you want to raise your kids in. You do want to raise your kids in a community that's not just safe, but also fun.
Question. You read American history, and you've got Abraham Lincoln in boarding houses all across his travels as a lawyer. You used to have a lot of housing that worked more almost like college dorms do today. You had a lot of housing where people would come in and there were shared bathrooms, there was a shared kitchen, there was a lot of people in a single home. And we functionally zoned a lot of that out of existence. And so things that were very, very, very low-cost housing that exist in between what we think of as a home or an apartment now and the street no longer exist because we made them illegal. Should we make them legal? Should interim housing be more than an emergency measure?
Look, I actually think that's where flexibility in housing is how I would describe what you're saying. And so the obvious thing right now is ADUs, additional dwelling units. It's a flexible way of sticking a new unit in your backyard. Originally it was for your, a family member, but now it's very much just something you can rent out that's additional housing for your community. So to a very large extent, emergency interim housing, flexible, it's honestly to me, it sounds pretty, I hate to say it, but it sounds like a college dorm. And so to a very large extent, it is taking away from a very rigid sense of what housing is supposed to look like somehow that our existing system is supporting without taking into account that we're in a new world. We're going to build tiny little houses. We're going to build ADUs. But what is critical from my standpoint is that we get a lot of units, that we get people off the street for their own sake, that we are actually compassionate about it, but also that we're building a society that people, look, great cities are a lot of fun. We need to make sure that our cities are great cities.
Ms. Porter, before people become homeless, they are housed. And what tends to happen is that they have an income shock.
Yeah, we need a mandatory laughing bill. It's absolutely where he's going with that. You must laugh for 5 minutes every day. If you do not, the tickle police will come after you.
Or health crisis, or something happens where they can no longer pay their rent and they're evicted. Over half of California renter households spend at least 30% of their income on housing, puts them in danger of that kind of thing happening. We've talked a lot here about increasing the supply of housing to reduce costs. In the best case, that takes time. So what is a policy that you want to see to help people afford the home they already live in a time of stress or strain, whether they're an owner or a renter? And we'll go in order of the room here. Mr. Steyer, we'll begin with you. You got to use your mic.
The book that I'm recommending is called The Hour of the Predator. And it's a statement, it's a nonfiction book about how the power in our society and around the world is changing. And it is an absolute plea for us to preserve our democracy.
Mr. Becerra.
I don't know this book. Real quick. Here we go. Encounters with the autocrats and tech billionaires taking over the world. Chilling assessment of the disintegrating world order, the rise of autocratic regimes, erosion of traditional diplomacy, and growing influence of tech billionaires and unregulated AI. Blending the internationally best-selling author's personal insight with startling historical comparisons to the days of Machiavelli and the Spanish conquest of Mexico, Juliana de Empoli's The Hour of the Predator is a timely and incisive examination of the shifting power dynamics in global politics, where traditional government institutions find themselves increasingly outmatched by technology tycoons and autocratic strongmen, geopolitical predators who shape the world through brute force, ceaseless deception, and chaotic disruption. Very cool. I will have to check that one out. But yeah, I'm gonna skip over that last half hour there. Again, mostly interested in whatever Tom Steyer was saying. The more I hear Steyer talk, the less I understand why Becerra is ahead of him in the polls. I mean, I think it's because Steyer is kind of coming out of left field here. You know? You should end the segment with this. You won't regret it.
Share that perspective. Again,
thanks for getting so fucking granular with us.
You know what, though? He didn't say granular. He didn't say it once. Ezra Klein didn't say granular one time. Huh. I lost my bet. Anyway, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the comment button, leave a comment longer than 8 words. Also, let's get organized. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help taking your first steps, you can join our Discord and reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And also, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. People find it comfortable. It's sexy. It fits. It's non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Great stuff. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. We did it. We did it. We did it. Do. All right. I am now going to go eat dinner because it is 9:30 and I need some food in my tummy. But when I finish that, I will return and we'll do some analog horror because you guys deserve a special treat. All right? You guys deserve a special treat. And I need some ballast for the alcohol. So be back in a while. Love you guys. And maybe we'll play some video games after Oakburn Opus. But until then, bye!